Well, good morning and another very chilly welcome to second event of Magny Cours. Another delayed day due to fog this morning, so this race that should have gotten underway about an hour and 12 minutes ago is now just gridding up now and due to get underway in the next 10 minutes time. But this is the 4 hours of Magny Cours for the Kennol GT Endurance Cup. The penultimate meeting of the season in 2025 also represents a round of the Alpine Endurance Cup as well, which will conclude in Paul Ricard in 4 weeks' time as well. It's the final meeting of the season for the Ultimate Cup Series. And in the championship, with 2 races to go, it's only 2 points that separate Jean-Bernard Bouvet and Jean-Paul Pani and the Vision Ferrari against the Vortex brothers, Arnaud and Olivier Gomez. 2 wins apiece for them. Vision not with us last time out, so that has allowed the Vortex to close in, and it is both of them on the front row with the grid again today. And, I do fear it is going to be 14 cars for the start, because the Shea Harpal and Jules Simoviak driven Porsche Cup car can't see on the grid. And let's go down to the pit lane with Claire Cottingham, Alexandre Urban.
Do you know what? It's one of the busiest grids I think I've seen. Alexander Urban alongside me. Always struggle with the Alexandra in your names because it's very different from how we say it in English. How busy is it down here, and how good is it to see so many people getting involved in this championship?
Yeah, it's because in Magny Cours we are in France, a lot of French people here, a lot of partners, sponsors, so many people. Really happy to start this race with the weather not so good, but we will try, and I think drivers are really ready to have some show during 4 hours. Maybe one interview to start, Claire, with someone you really like.
Enzo loves talking to me. Oh, look, he's a celebrity now. Sorry, he's just got to take a little selfie first. Enzo, how are we feeling? At least there's no fog out there now.
Sorry, what?
There's no fog out there. The weather is all right now.
Yes, I'm feeling great. A bit cold, but I think it's going to be okay.
We need to get you a hot water bottle or something in there. Is that allowed?
I don't know, but I think the engine will be hot enough for me.
Yeah, give it time. You'll be too hot. You've already raced here this weekend. Is it a track that you've been enjoying so far? The prototype treated you quite well in your new team. How are you feeling?
I like the track a lot. For me, it's the trickiest one on the calendar, but I really like it. Here in the morning, it will be difficult to hot the tires, but yeah, we will do our best, and yeah, I hope it will be a good race too here.
Okay, Enzo, go well. We'll let you go.
Thank you.
Good luck to Enzo, of course, in the number 20 Vortex. That's something that's really important. I'm sure you can speak to some other drivers about in your native language of France, of course. It's going to be cold out there, and these tyres are going to take a while to warm up. As good as the Goodyears are, it's hot out there. It's cold out there, rather. I'm going to let you take away now and speak to some of the drivers up and down the grid in your own language, because I don't speak French. So you go crazy and you enjoy it.
You have to speak French next year, Claire. On va aller tout de suite voir les poleman dans catégorie Porsche Cup. C'est la GP Racing Team numéro 89. Les leaders de cette catégorie Porsche Cup. Première fois qu'une voiture du GP Racing Team signe la pole position cette année. On va les déranger. Loïc Terre, qui à coup sûr va nous répondre. Loïc,
ça va?
Bonjour, bienvenue sur cette grille. Première fois en pole pour vous cette année. Il n'y en avait pas encore eu pour le GP Racing Team. Il fallait réparer cette anomalie.
Bah voilà, c'est chose faite. On part en pole, c'est une bonne chose. On n'arrivera pas à faire le championnat aujourd'hui, mais on va prendre tous les points possibles pour la finale au Castellet et essayer de repartir en fin de saison avec le titre.
Une finale qui durera 6 heures là-bas au circuit Paul Ricard. Il faut avoir le plus d'avance possible pour arriver serein, on va dire, à une finale. C'est possible?
Ben, c'est ce qu'on va essayer. Ça ne s'est pas passé comme prévu à Aragon, donc on va tout faire pour prendre des points d'avance aujourd'hui et arriver un peu plus serein au Castellet.
Merci Loïc, on vous souhaite une bonne course. On va aller directement retrouver les poleman de la catégorie. Ils sont de retour, ils n'étaient pas là en Aragon il y a un mois. La Ferrari numéro 1 de l'équipe Visium. Regardez, beaucoup de monde autour de l'équipe Visium. Jean-Paul Pagny, Jean-Bernard Bouvet, Romain Iannetta qui vont participer à cette course de 4 heures. On est avec Jean-Paul Pagny qui va finir sa photo. On ne va pas le déranger le temps. On est très heureux de retrouver nos doubles champions qui sont en quête d'un 3e titre. Cette Ferrari numéro 1. Jean-Paul, juste un petit mot avant le début de cette course. On est heureux de vous retrouver à Magny Cours, en pole position, comme l'année dernière. Vous êtes prêts pour attaquer ces 4 heures?
Tout à fait prêt. On a pu remarquer que la voiture fonctionnait bien, que les pilotes étaient en pleine forme. On a fait effectivement d'excellents temps de nuit, ce qui n'est pas toujours évident, par exemple pour moi. Et voilà, on a démontré qu'on était toujours dans le coup, qu'on était compétitif et qu'on voulait gagner ce championnat. Donc on va essayer le mieux possible, comme d'habitude.
Et puis avec Romain Iannetta, David Hallyday était d'abord prévu. Il n'a pas pu venir. Et un appel à la rescousse de Romain Iannetta qui répond toujours présent quand le Team Visium a besoin de lui.
Exactement. Malheureusement, David n'a pas pu venir au dernier moment. Mais bon, Romain, par chance, était dispo. C'est un super pilote. Il connaît bien le team. Il a fait le Paul Ricard, Dubaï avec nous. Et c'est un très, très bon. Et voilà, on est confiant. Donc voilà, on est 3 pilotes très motivés.
Merci beaucoup Jean-Paul. Et puis on va se diriger un peu plus loin sur la grille, dans la catégorie UCS4, où le premier titre pourrait être décroché aujourd'hui par l'Alpine A110 Cup numéro 123 de Lucas Desgranges et Frédéric de Brabant. Je vais retourner vous laisser Chris et Renault en cabine. Et puis lorsqu'on arrive avec la numéro 123, on se retrouve une nouvelle fois sur la grille.
Thanks, Claire and Alexandre, for that update from the grid. And we should be getting underway shortly for the 4 hours of Magny Cours. It'll be Jean-Bernard Bouvet who starts the Vision Ferrari on pole position ahead of Ono Gomez. In the Vortex. Of course, the Vortex joining the Ferrari in the UCS1 category, primarily for GT3 cars. And of course, the Porsche Cup category as well, probably the most hotly contested class with 5 cars here this weekend, with the withdrawal of the driven Porsche and the withdrawal of the Martina by Almeris car as well. So that was going to be Pierre Martina, Gilles Tremblay, Enzo Julie and Paul Coop. But they have not been able to make it for this one. And then in the UCS4 category, which is primarily the Alpine A110s, which are competing in the Alpine Endurance Cup, which is 4 of the 6 rounds that we can contest here in the Kennol GT Endurance Cup. But this weekend we have Ligier JS2R, more on that in a moment. Let's go back down to the grid.
Oui, juste avant de quitter la grille, un petit mot avec le poleman de la catégorie CS4, c'est l'Alpine 123 de Lucas Desgranges et Frédéric de Brabant. Lucas, ça peut être un jour de titre pour vous en UCS4. Comment est-ce qu'on aborde une telle journée avant de partir?
Honnêtement, je l'aborde comme tous les autres week-ends. Je pense pas forcément à ce titre. Je pense plus au fait de finir la course plutôt que ce titre justement.
Quelles vont être l'importance de ce premier relais? Quels sont les points que vous avez ciblés pour bien faire?
Pour l'instant, juste garder un bon rythme, ne pas sortir parce que là la piste est très piégeuse et très froide. Donc tout simplement rendre la voiture en un seul morceau après.
Bonne course Lucas, et puis on se retrouve tout à l'heure. Et on va nous quitter cette grille puisque c'est l'heure d'évacuer et la course va démarrer. À tout de suite en cabine avec Chris et avec Renault.
So Lucas Desgranges there on UCS4 pole position. Of course, thinking about the championship, he does have an opportunity to wrap up the UCS4 category with Frédéric de Brabant this weekend, but his primary focus just being to keep the car on the racetrack and to just make sure they get a good result in this race rather than thinking necessarily about the championship. It's 90 points for that 123 crew after 3 victories in the 4 races so far this weekend, ahead of the sister number 94 of Marc Jacob and Gianni Scarbarassi, which won in Mugello. So a 35-point advantage, which of course, if they don't get outscored by more than 10 points by the 94, then they will have sealed the championship today. There's a look at the grid. Jean-Bernard Bouvet starts the Vigeon Ferrari from pole position, and it's Arnaud Gomez in the number 22 Vortex. On Porsche Cup pole position is Cyril Salael in the number 89 GP Racing Team Porsche. It's a 1-2 in that category, split by Enzo Richier's number 20 Vortex, and then Stephen Pallett, who fills in for Sébastien Loeb this weekend in the number 98. Mikhail Desmail in the Netsuf Porsche is in 6th position, and it's Daniel Wazinski in the Racetivity Run Porsche number 17, and Lionel Rigard, the last of our Porsche Cup cars for Mirage Racing. And the last of the Vortexes, the 21 of Philippe Bonnel, after winning the 24 Hours of Barcelona last weekend in the GTX category and winning that title. And then we just heard from Luca de Grange, the UCS4 pole sitter and the championship leader in that category, ahead of the Gianni Scarbarassi, number 94 Alpine. And then it is Margot Verset in the all-female L'Écurie Français Ligier JS2R, splitting the 4 Alpines with Benoit Marion in the number 19 and Benoit Poulian in number 93. That rounds out a 14 car field. No Shea Harpal in the drive-in Porsche, as we can see on the grid. So a shame to lose them. Also, it's, we'll say on the timing and the graphic there as well that it was Roland Marchi starting the number 20. That is incorrect from the timekeepers there. It is Enzo Richer. Not only has that been nominated, but it's been validated by Claire on the grid as well. So the grid being cleared, the final mechanics just making their way back into pit lane, and we'll soon have the formation lap underway. The battle of the Vortexes continue. So in addition to the various class championships, we've got an overall championship, the UCS1 championship, the Porsche Cup championship in UCS4. We also have the Vortex Endurance Challenge. That is being led by Philippe Bonnel at the moment, after 2 victories in Paul Ricard and Mugello. He leads that by 15 points to Arnaud and Olivier Gomez. Owing to some of the mechanical woes that have been suffered on that car. And then we mentioned earlier, this is a round of the Alpine Endurance Cup as well. So that takes place in the 2 Paul Ricard rounds, as well as Mugello and here at Magny Cours. And it is the number 94 Marc Jacob and Gianni Scarbarassi car that leads that category by 3 points to Frédéric de Brabant and Luca de Grange in the 123 car. So the inverse of the UCS4 championship. The reason that is different from the UCS4 standings is because it's not represented at all 6 of the races we have for this season. So it wasn't in Portimao, wasn't in Aragon. And yes, in terms of the Porsche Cup category as well, it is the number 89 trio from GP Racing. It's a battle between the teammates, really, for the title. 80 points for Anthony Beltoise, Cyril Salael and Loic Thiers after 2 victories in Portimao and Paul Ricard so far this season. But the number 98 with Laurent Gaudy and Gabriel Piedmont sharing between Stephen Pallett and Sébastien Loeb has been on the podium in every single race so far this season, and is 17 points back. So again, we'll have to keep an eye out on that because there is a possibility that that could also be sealed here this weekend in Magny. Same for Philippe Bonneau in the Vortex Endurance Challenge. So plenty of permutations to keep an eye on. Welcome to everyone in our YouTube chat room as well, by the way. Feel free to get in touch and throw some questions at us, or throw some comments, let us know who you're supporting, friends, family, entourages of anyone taking part. Love to hear from you. So, the Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo of Jean-Bernard Bouvet, starting on the inside, it will be, of the front row with the Arnaud Gomez Vortex alongside him. Victory last time out in Aragon for the Vortex brothers. What will happen when battle resumes in the 4 hours of Magny? We are racing, and it's a good launch there for Jean-Bernard Bouvet. The Porsche spread out across the field as well, but it is the Ferrari that holds the lead going into the Grand Curve for the first time and into Estoril. Looks like Enzo Rigier has been able to usurp the Porsche Cup leader, Cyril Sariel. Now, he is a silver class driver, so you would expect him to make a little bit of progress in the early stages of this race, but it's side by side between the top two in the Porsche Cup category, the two GP Racing teammates, and the top two in the championship as they head down towards the Adelaide hairpin for the first time. And that should be Stephen Pallet, who has usurped the sister car there to take the lead of the Porsche Cup category and actually put himself right onto the back of the Vortex of Enzo Rigier as well. Now, there are a handful of silver class drivers. Stephen Pallet and Enzo Rigier are two of them in the UCS4 category as well. Keep an eye on Luca de Grange and Margot Versa. The rest are all bronze drivers. And so some teams going against the grain, very close there between Enzo Rigier and Stephen Pallet as they made their way out of the 180-degree corner. And Stephen Pallet fancies taking third place now, having moved himself up into fourth ahead of his teammates, and Enzo Rigier could have some very close company here. A lovely crossover on the exit of Chateau d'Eau by Stephen Pallet as he got the drive out of there and should be able to take fourth position away, third position I should say even, yes, and going into Virage de l'Ice. It is the Porsche that usurps the Vortex, and he manages to put a car between himself and his class rival as well, which could be crucial. Now, those who have started with their silver class drivers, they need to make hay while the sun is shining, very much figuratively speaking, what has been a very cold and foggy morning here in the region of Nevers. A little bit of smoke here, looked like coming out of the back of Enzo Rigier's Vortex. That's not a good sign already. Hopefully that was more sort of steam coming off. But starting to settle into the rhythm now. Arnaud Gomez, Stephen Pallet, Enzo Rigier will now try and keep Cyril Saliel at bay. That was close quarters, not only between title rivals, but between teammates. So Jean-Bernard Bouvet leading quite comfortably. Car 93 has stopped at turn 1, by the way. It was Benoit Pouliot. So that has stopped at the first corner. And that is one of the Alpines. Not one of the ones in championship contention, I think. And it's in the gravel at the Grand Curve, so not just stopped at turn 1. And we're going to go full course yellow in 50 seconds time. So that is the third place car in UCS3. That finished second last time out in Aragon in the Trophy GT Endurance. And then third as well in the same race in Portimao. And so Benoit Poulion in the car that he shares with Marc Lopez and Bruno Cervezot. Bruno ended up putting that car in the gravel in qualifying as well. So that car has been in the wars a little bit. It stopped them competing in Q2 and Q3 as well, which gave them a back of the grid start. Full course yellow coming in about 7 seconds time now in order to extract the Alpine from the gravel in the Grand Curve. And now we go full course yellow. So the pit entry closed from the moment that the full course yellow was called, but of course only 4.5 minutes into this race. No need for anybody to be coming in for any kind of fuel. And that is the reason we are under full course yellow. Was looking a little bit sorry in qualifying with lots of gravel dust over it. Hopefully that car can be put back on the racetrack and can then rejoin the race. But, plenty of interested eyes watching on in the garages, and the advantage for Jean-Bernard Bouvet before getting into the full course yellow was about 3 seconds over Arnaud Gomez. Everybody now running at 80 kilometers an hour. You see the cherry picker and the marshals already onto the scene. Thank you once again to the marshals for their support for this weekend. So Bouvet leading Gomez, Stephen Pallett taking the lead of the Porsche Cup category for the number 98 crew from GP Racing. Enzo Richer in fourth, ahead of the second GP Racing car, Cyril Salayal, and then Mikhail Desmial. In the number 29 Netsuv Porsche, Daniel Wazinski in the number 17 ahead of Lionel Rigaud. And Shea Harpal is in the race, actually, so that must have been a pit lane start for the driven Porsche, because that car was definitely not on the grid itself. So a pit lane start for Shea Harpal, but he is at the very least in this race and on the back of the Porsche Cup field. So Philippe Bonnell, and there we can see the Shea Harpal car. Philippe Bonnell in 10th. Gianni Scarparassi has taken the lead of the UCS4 category. Remember, both of them fighting for UCS4 and Alpine Endurance Cup honours. The 123 trying to wrap up the former here this weekend. But interestingly, it's the bronze-graded Scarparassi who's jumped the silver-graded Luca de Grange in the first lap and a half of this race. A very young driver who's just came out of karting at the end of last year. And then Margot Versa and Benoit Marion, with Benoit Poulion now at 2 laps down from the race leader. We are going to end the full course yellow in 25 seconds time. See the cherry picker just making its way back into its standard position, actually. And in fact, there are the two UCS4 leaders. We go back to green flag conditions, and Scarparassi was a little bit hotter off the full course yellow button and holding that advantage. they're making their way through the Nürburgring chicane. Already 2 cars under investigation for the full course yellow procedure. The Shea Harpal, and also the second place car of Arnaud Gomez in the number 22 Vortex. Also Cyril Salayal was able to jump Enzo Richer at the start, or on that restart, for 4th position. These are the UCS4 leaders. 94 leading the Alpine Endurance Cup, 123 leading the UCS4 points. Shea Harpal getting around Lionel Rigaud, as we can see there, and he's now on the back of Daniel Wazinski. Racetivity here with also their Ford GT for Ultimate GT Sprint Cup, but sadly that did not get any outings. Presumably some mechanical woes for Eric Debard and Hugo Chevalier, but Racetivity had confirmed that that car will be taking part in the new SRO Historic Series, the Revival Championship, which we're hugely looking forward to. Benoit Poulin in pit lane, having been recovered from the gravel. So now we'll go 3 laps down. Car number 20 spun and rejoined at turn 8. So that's Enzo Richer, which might explain the change of position. He's actually now behind Shea Harpal and Mikhail Desmayal as well. So a spin for Enzo Richer at the 180-degree corner, which has dropped him from 4th position down to 6th now. Enzo was able to regain 1 of those spots, I think, before they got to the timing line. It's showing him in 6th position now. Harpal also able to get around Daniel Wazinski. So Shea's doing a great job of getting back through the Porsche Cup field, having made the start of the race. From the pit lane. Into 7th position. So Jean-Bernard Bouvet continues to pull clear, already 7.3 ahead of Arnaud Gomez. A multiple champion. Now there were 2 cars under investigation for full course yellow infringement. It's a 1-second stop and go penalty for the number 22 Vortex. Already, so that is pretty early on to be picking up a penalty like that, 13 minutes into the race. Same as well for Shea Harpal. So he was also under investigation for the same reason, as we were recovering that car from the pit lane, the number 93 of Benoit Poulin. So 1-second stop and go penalty for both the 2nd place car of Arnaud Gomez and Shea Harpal, which will hamper his storm through the field somewhat. And of course, in terms of the championship, that is great news for Jean-Bernard Bouvet and Jean-Paul Pani, because that will help them to move forward in terms of both the overall and the UCS1 championship. It's also pretty good news for Philippe Bonnell as he tries to secure the Vortex Endurance Challenge as well. Here is the lead battle in UCS4 once again. Surprisingly, Luca de Grange not pulling away from the field as a silver class driver, but very young and less experienced silver. He just came out of karting at the end of last year in the X30 IARMI series. It was Gianni Scarbarassi getting to know these cars extremely well, and much more experienced, having I think think his racing goes all the way back to the Peugeot Spider Cup Championship. Fastest lap of the race has been done by Jean-Bernard Bouvet, 1:38.515. The gap now 10.1 seconds. It's all looking very vision at the moment. Ahead of Daniel Wiesenski, Shea Harpal coming into pit lane to serve that 1 second stop and go penalty. Luca Durange trying to take the UCS4 lead going into the Nürburgring chicane, or is it into the Imola chicane that was actually. And now it's Chateau d'Eau. Slight wide moment there for Gianni Scarbarassi, which could be the invitation that Luca Durange needs. Many of the drivers in this category also competing in the Alpine Elf Cup Series with the same car, the A110 Cup machine. But Scarbarassi just able to hold on to the advantage through Virage de Lys and into the chicane. And now they go side by side down the start-finish straight, and this is the change of the lead in UCS4 with Luca Durange. An awful lot of curb being taken there by Gianni Scarbarassi in his efforts to try and cut back underneath the 123 car. That is now the points leader, back into the lead of the class. Started on pole position, did that 123 car. And moving ahead of the Alpine Endurance Cup points leader as well. Claire Cottingham alongside me in the box. Oh, didn't expect to see this though. Gianni Scarbarassi coming back at Luca Durange. It's a good squabble here in UCS4 and for the Alpine Endurance Cup.
It's nice to see the Alpines really going side by side for the action though, isn't it? Because they've had some problems at the beginning of the season as the 1-2-3 manages to get by. I don't know for how long, however, because that squabble seems to have been going for a couple of laps now. There's a bit of a kick up of dust from one of the Vortex there. I think that's Enzo Richer in the car number 20, who's on a very fast lap. But yeah, good to see the Alpines fighting for it. It's been a quiet start to this race, I'm not going to lie, just because I think everyone's tiptoeing around a little bit and just working out the conditions. We've not had a lot of track action this morning. We had a 20-minute race for the single-seaters and a midget race, but it's temperatures are much colder than yesterday. Even with the fog we had in the morning yesterday, it's so much colder out there. And maybe that's why we're seeing a couple of the cars sliding a little bit. Even though there will be lots of heat in the tyres now, it's still a cold track.
Yes, I remarked on the Formula Cup grid, actually, that I was jealous of the drivers getting to be in those nice warm, toasty cockpits.
Well, did you not hear Enzo on the grid?
Yes,
when I spoke to him a minute ago? Offered him a hot water bottle.
I think he also knew things were going to get a bit toasty in there, but it's the only time I've ever wanted to be inside the cockpit for warmth, because normally we talk about drivers overheating inside the cars. And certainly getting very hot in that UCS4 battle, but I think Luca Durange starting to settle in, and already we've got lap traffic involved. As Arnaud Gomez has served his 1 second stop and go penalty, so that's put Stephen Pallett in this number 98 car into second position overall now. Arnaud Gomez, I think, has come out in behind the 80, no, behind the 98, so should be in third position. No, that's the number 20. Where is he at? He'll be in fifth position when he gets over the next timing line. Let's see what. But yeah, as you say, much colder than it was yesterday, and I did find myself thinking of packing my puffy vest, but unable to fit it in the suitcase for this weekend, and now I really do regret it.
Well, I regretted it even more yesterday when I was in the pit lane. Actually, it was Friday night, and I was freezing. And even in the endurance prototype yesterday, it's only when the sun came out in the last hour did I manage to thaw out, but I was freezing for the first couple of hours down there in the pit lane. And I love my job being in that pit lane, do not get me wrong, but when you're trying to use like the heat of a car as they come in for, you know, tire changes, and you're sitting on the tires to try and get some warmth in you, it's not been, I mean, at one point yesterday I could see my breath. I'm just saying. It was chilly to start, and then it warmed up significantly, but it doesn't seem to be burning through today and bringing much heat. It seems to be, this fog seems to be holding its stance a bit more, what's the word I'm looking for?
A bit more intently.
That's not the word I'm looking for.
I guess
I'll take it.
The hope is that we'll get similar to yesterday, where the sun does eventually burst through and the fog has cleared pretty well now, it must be said, coming up to 12:30 in the afternoon local time, and it's not warming up too quickly, but there is still hope for later on in the day, I think, for it to warm up a little bit. Just because we did have such a delay this morning, just wanted to clarify update on the schedule, because both the remaining Formula Cup races have been cancelled for today, haven't they? So this is actually the last race of the day. We'll come back to that in a moment. Dramas for Philippe Bonnel, the Vortex championship leader, parked at the side of the road. Now, I think that's between Adelaide and the Nürburgring chicane. Philippe Bonnel, it was a jubilation in Barcelona a week ago alongside Lionel Lambrouche, as they were crowned Creventic champions in the 24-hour series and winning the 24 Hours of Barcelona with Cyril Calmont, Gilles Courtois and Olivier Gomez aboard that car as well. But the championship leader in the Vortex Endurance Challenge by 15 points to the Gomez brothers has parked up at the side of the road. And that is at, turn 7, the Nürburgring chicane. Now, will we need a second full course yellow intervention to get that car recovered? Stephen Pallett and Enzo Richer have boxed in anticipation of a safety car or full course yellow intervention. So there is Enzo in the box, ticking off one of his 5 mandatory pit stops it is for this race. 4 for the European Endurance Prototype Cup, but 5 for these cars. And so Stephen Pallett, the Porsche Cup leader, into pit lane, but there's no sign of a full course yellow just yet. Or indeed a safety car. Enzo's dad in the Vortex garage. Have sampled his catering company as well.
Have you? I thought he had hotels.
No, he ran a catering company as well that ran with one of the championships.
Well, they do have Enzo hotels written on them, so I assume that...
I think it might be a separate enterprise. Not entirely sure.
Oh, well, it's one. I'm guessing it's one of theirs, as considering his child is Enzo Richer. But yeah, I don't want to ask it live on air if their food was good, because if it wasn't...
it was good.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Service was excellent.
What did you have?
Many things. Full course yellow coming.
You had a full course yellow? That is a lot of things.
A minute and a half, by the way. Sorry, I wanted to get that out before the message disappeared.
No, I enjoyed it because it was still part of like food. It sounded like full course yellow. It was like, oh, what did that taste like?
Full course yellow, of course.
There you go.
That took a while to land.
Boom, boom. That's what I'm here for. To bring the you bring the facts, I bring the entertainment.
She's here all day, folks. Unfortunately.
Knew that was coming. Knew that was coming. Anyway, Vortex all looking a little bit frustrated. Lots of sort of gesturing going on in terms of car's broken. Yes, I agree, car's still broken. They're very good at getting them back out there, obviously, but you run the risk of falling completely down, and they've already dropped down to 14th from running in the top 10. So Philippe Bonnel still sitting there, I would assume, because the yellows are still out in sector 2, and they haven't managed to bring the car back that is currently sitting at turn 7. So disappointment for the Vortex, and annoyingly, just before we said this, or that happen rather, and you can see the vortex still sitting there. I was about to say, isn't it great that we've seen some more reliability from the vortex? I think I did the commentator's curse by thinking, which is quite impressive.
That is a whole new level of commentator's curse.
I know, right?
I'm afraid. Stephen Pallett and Enzo Richer came into pit lane to try and take advantage of a potential full course yellow, but that's only just come into effect and they're already out of the pit lane. So that gamble hasn't really worked for them, I'm afraid. Enzo Richer is back out onto the racetrack, but Stephen Pallett's actually handed over to Lauren Godey.
Yeah, well, it's one of those ones where it might not work out, but it might also work out. But yeah, you'd think in this sort of situation, doing the maths, it's not really going to.
I mean, they do have to burn off a couple of these stops. They don't need 5 pit
well, that's
stops.
what I was thinking. This early in the race, I appreciate what you're saying, but this early in the race, it might work out. It might be a good time to take those sorts of gambles, because we saw some of those in the prototype yesterday, didn't we? Some early gambles that sort of made no difference because we had then 4 more full course yellows or whatever it was, and it kind of negates it, doesn't it?
Yeah, there was a string of about 11 of them all at once.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
the ones that did nail it was the 23 events crew, because I failed to mention this yesterday. For the first time, we had an AM team winning the race outright. And they were able to really take advantage of all of the full course yellow and various safety car interventions that we had. Well, while we're under this full course yellow, well, it will be ending in 40 seconds time, but still feels like a good time to reintroduce Remy Longobardi, track support engineer for Ligier Racing, of course, one of the primary partners of the Ultimate Cup series and suppliers for most of the championships we have here this weekend. Remy, how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. It's a little bit cold today compared to what we have for the test. But yeah, we will manage. We'll see at the end of the race. It's still 3 hours and a half to go. We'll see all the track temp and all the ambient will change. So yeah, everything's fine at the moment. No issue, no drama. Everyone is happy. So that's a good point for us and for the championship.
That is probably the best news you can have as a tyre supplier as we do get back to green flag running. But yeah, as a tyre supplier, you just sort of want to rock up, hand people some tyres and then not hear anything back.
Yeah, exactly. That's the target, to have no issue on tyres and to have the drivers and the team happy about our product. We are here as well to support them, and if something happens, if they are struggle with something like warm-up or degradation or whatever. We know that Magny it's pretty easy on tires compared to Mugello. Mugello it's the most difficult race for us because the track is really old and the tarmac is really old. So when we are going in with hot temperatures, it's a big challenge for us. Yeah, so again, Magny it's easy and it's a nice track as well. But yeah, at the moment everything is fine, so let's see how it will be for the race.
Of course, we introduced in the Nova races, the European Endurance Prototype Cup, for which Goodyear has become the sole supplier for 2025. But a sort of compound change halfway through the season that some of the drivers were talking about. How has that affected things?
Yeah, we decided to change a compound just before Aragon. It was a common decision. We discussed with teams, with drivers, with pro driver and judgment drivers, because we need to have a tires which is working for everyone. because sometimes you have a tire that the pro are happy because they can put energy in it and working well with the tires, but it's not the case for the gentleman. So it's something we get the feedback. That's the most important things for us. It's to get the feedback to see how is it for the drivers for the warm up, how is it in terms of lap time after like 1 hour and a half or 2 hours. Because for the 4 hours race we have 2 sets of tires, so we have to manage this as well. So we decided for Aragon to change only the rear spec. It's just a compound change, not the construction of the tires is the same. It was pretty well accepted by the teams and we have good results in Aragon. So Magny was the same feedback, it was positive as well. It solved it was not big issue with the previous compound, it's just a small improvement that's help some teams a lot. So yeah, we'll see in Ricard as well, because as you know, all the tracks are different. For example, here we have like it was 14 degrees track temp. When we did the test on Thursday, it was nearly 32, 33. So it's different conditions. So yeah, we have to see for the Nova that the next event in Ricard how it will be. And at the moment, the target is to keep the same for next year. So yeah, but again, teams were happy here, and Aragon, it was a really productive event as well. So we are happy about that.
I suppose it's kind of Murphy's Law, isn't it, really, that you would move to a harder compound and then have one of the coldest weekends we've had all year long.
Yeah, it's the target is to have something who could go everywhere, because we can understand that it's not easy for the team if we decide to change one compound or one spec from an event to another. So we need to have a spec which is possible for it to go everywhere. But yeah, when you go in a cold condition, you're thinking that you'll go for soft, but sometimes the medium is working as well. So yeah.
Getting a bit close in the traffic, just coming
exactly.
out of the Imola chicane and through Chateau d'Eau. And noted Gianni Scarbarassi has once again been able to jump Luca de Grange on that full course yellow restart. He's been very hot on the safety car restarts that we've had so far today. And the number 20 Vortex, Enzo Richer, just getting a little compromised through the chicane as well, but they eventually find their way through. And in fact, that's actually full position for Enzo Richer, because he's done one of his stops, hasn't he? Whereas the Porsche was putting a lap on the A110s. And we've talked about this before, Remy, but the variety of different machinery in this race, some of it well known, some of it, like the Vortex, maybe less well known. You've got far fewer data points to work off of there, for example, and some sort of I don't want to say classic machinery, but you know, in terms of the Ferrari 488, for example, which isn't a contemporary car anymore, the range of what the Goodyear tire must be able to handle has got to be massive.
Yeah, we have to cover all the cars, and sometimes it's not easy, because, for example, in UCS1, as you said, we have like something like a Ferrari 488 that we know, from the past, and we have the Vortex that we only have this car in Ultimate. It's not the same size all around for both cars, for example, so we have to find a product who can fit both cars, but as well we need to be careful, because we don't want to have use the tires as a BOP for the different cars. That is something that we need to be careful, because a team could ask to have something softer because it's working on their car, but it's not working on the other car. So we need to be careful with that. We discuss a lot with Ultimate, we discuss a lot with the different team and all the people who are involved in the championship. But yeah, it's a challenge. And for example, for this race, we have the Ligier GS2 or the 64, which is coming. It's the first time that we have this car in the championship for us. So again, it's a new challenge. We have to see how it's working on the car. We have to get the feedback from the drivers. I'm going in the garage as soon as we change the tires. I will have a look on the tires to see visually, because we can see how is it working just by looking the tires itself. So yeah, again, it's a lot of different cars. We know the Porsche Cup category, it's working well. We changed Last year we changed the compound during the season, and now we have a product who is nice for the cars and everyone looks happy. So we continue for that, but yeah, as soon you have new cars or different cars in the same category, we see that in a sprint yesterday as well. In the same category, you could have like a Ford GT, you could have a Corvette GT3, you could have a Lambo, and yeah. So we have to manage this, but yeah, it's part of the game. But it's a good game for us.
Lead change in UCS4. Luca de Grange getting back ahead of Giannis Garbarassi, so 123 ahead of 94. That's Philippe Bonnell's Vortex that's been recovered back into pit lane and put back into the garage. They try and diagnose the problem, and a black and white flag just went out to 93. Not sure what that was about. It probably is to do with track limits and warnings going out there. And we also now have the 98 Porsche Cup car, Laurent Gaudy, which is that the championship leader in the Porsche Cup category? No, it's the second place car in Porsche Cup, but was leading the early stages of this race. Now under investigation for a full course yellow procedure. We've seen two stop and go penalties already handed out in this race for similar infringements. Remy, you brought up the Ligier there. I did want to ask you about that because we haven't seen Ligier for a while, the JS2R. From what you've seen, how does it compare to the Alpines, which have dominated the UCS4 numbers?
I think because the Alpine, we are working with them since last year, so they have more experience with our tires. But for me, it's close.
Yes, it's very close going into the Adelaide hairpin. These two have not let up all race long. Yeah. Brilliant stuff.
But for the Ligier, it's the first time, so we have to learn. It's the first time for them with the Goodyear, so they have to learn as well. Everyone has to learn together. But maybe it's possible because it's not a GT4, it's not a Cup car. With the characteristic of the car, maybe it could be a little bit quicker than the Alpine. But again, we have to see because it could be quicker on 1 or 2 laps. But let's see after 2 hours how is it. So yeah, I'm looking forward to have more GS2R in the future because it's a nice car. It's a really nice car, and again, it's something different on the grid. So yeah, we'll work together, and for sure, if we have more cars, for example, next year or even in Castellet, it's helpful if we get different feedback and different setup. But yeah, for me, it's a good product. Maybe they will be quicker than the Alpine, but yeah, depending of who is doing what, and yeah.
Now, of course, with such a mixed ability grid, it's quite hard to judge the balance of performance, I would imagine.
Yeah, exactly. It's not easy to say that this car is quicker than this one or whatever. So yeah, and even with all the pit stop, with the handicap time, with the different driver classification, it's to have a good feedback in terms of car performance between each other. It's not easy, but yeah.
Giannis Garbarassi gets the honour of the first track limits time penalty in this race at 5 seconds. It's the second place car in UCS4. He's been battling with Luca de Grange all race long. And investigation complete for the number 98. It's a 2-second stop and go penalty for Laurent Gaudy for a full course yellow infringement. So presumably that's either not slowing down quick enough or speeding up a little too rapidly. Speaking of track limits, how have the track limits here been, Remy? And I know it's always a hot topic because we talk about curbs and then we talk about damaging tyres more.
So here it's easier again. So the tarmac of the track is easier for the tyres. Yeah, it's pretty smooth. But the curbs as well, it's only maybe the last chicane, so T17, which could be, if really you jump on it, you can... We see nothing at the moment, but it could damage the tyres if you're going hard on it. But if you're going hard, it means you will get a penalty or something because of track limit. But for sure, compared to Mugello or compared to some curbs like we have in Ricard, like Le Bossé or Signe, Magny, it's really easy, I would say. So yeah, it's not a big issue.
No, and as well, we've got Paul Ricard next as well. So that is a very known quantity. But of course, next year we're going to Spa-Francorchamps, which of course a track that Goodyear will know well from its experience
from
in the European
ELMS,
Le
from
Mans
WEC,
series.
from a lot of race. It's so it's new for Ultimate. It's not new for us. It will be new with some tires from the portfolio because again, we never get the Alpine there, we never get the Ligier or the Vortex there. So in terms of tires, in terms of tarmac, it's pretty easy because they resurfaced the track 2 or 3 times in the last 3 years. The topic in Spa, it's the radio.
Yeah, somehow Gianni Scarbresi still cannot give up the ghost in this fight for the UCS4 battle, and is giving Luca de Gorange a really, really hard time as the leaders are also putting laps on those cars. Arnaud Gomez coming into pit lane. We've got Alexander Urban in the pit lane. I think we can go to him now. Okay, we'll hold off on that one for just a little while, just while we watch these Alpines battling. There is Arnaud Gomez, second place car into pit lane, second in the championship. And driver change going on, or sorry, a tyre change at the very least as well. How many are they getting through in one of these races, do you reckon, Remy? How many tyres?
So UCS1, they have, if I remember, they have 3 sets plus 2 tires for quali and race. The UCS4, it's 8 tires. And the Porsche Cup, it's 3 sets. And after they have the Joker, they can use the Joker just in case something happen in quali or so they can manage, they can change. For example, Monaco it's pretty easy, but for example Portimao you can change only 2 left. You can change all 4. You can manage the strategy as you want. You have an amount of tires and you do what you want after. So some teams are doing strategy, especially in the Nova.
Okay, let's go down to the Vortex garage and find out what happened to the 21 with Philippe Bonnel.
Philippe, on voit votre voiture rentrer dans le garage, on vous a vu vous immobiliser au niveau du virage 7, que s'est-il passé?
Fuite d'huile, enfin baisse de la pression d'huile, et on a une fuite d'huile dans le ponton. Donc voilà, les gars sont dessus, on regarde ce qui se passe. Généralement on n'a pas de problème avec ça, voilà, il suffit d'une fois.
On a vu Lionel en train de se préparer, la voiture qui est en train d'être remontée petit à petit. Est-ce que vous savez dans combien de temps vous pourrez reprendre la piste?
A priori on repart d'ici moins de 10 minutes. Voilà, donc on va faire de la figuration maintenant, mais bon, c'est comme ça.
L'objectif, rallier l'arrivée, préparer les échéances à venir et la finale de 6 heures.
Exactement, tout vérifié.
Merci beaucoup Philippe, on vous souhaite une bonne fin de course.
Thanks for that, Alexandre. So Philippe Bonnel reporting an oil tank pressure issue, which is not normally a problem, he says, on these cars, but it seems like they've been a bit unlucky, and could be a 10-minute delay before they get back into the race, if indeed they can. So hopefully we will see that car back out again as we have a flurry of Porsche Cup cars rejoining the racetrack, which is Jules Simoviak, who's taken over from Shea Harpal aboard the 41. Richie Vigo de Seb now aboard the race activity car, and Jean-Jacques Ardilly aboard the Mirage Porsche. So 4 driver changes have happened there, as long as Godi has served her 2-second stop and go penalty. Remy, we were just talking about Spa. Of course, we just had a race at Silverstone as well in the European Le Mans Series, first time in 5 years. How was it for you guys going there?
It was nice. A little bit tricky with the condition for the race because it was some rain and 2 red flag, and it was not the easiest one for the race, but it was nice to be back there. The track has different characteristics as well in terms of corners, in terms of track surface and everything, but no, I think everyone was happy to come back to Silverstone. The layout is really interesting, it's really nice, and it's something that with Goodyear we are looking for. because we have some UK people in our team, and it was like their home race. So it was pretty good. Let's see, there is some rumor if it's going to WEC in the future. Could be nice as well, and could be nice for the Ultimate to go there if we can. Could be really interesting, I think. Yeah.
I would certainly love if World Endurance came back to Silverstone, because it is one of the best tracks in the world. I know I have a biased opinion on this, but it's blooming marvellous, isn't it? Not so much on the Sunday we had in the LMS with the sideways rain and everyone sheltering underneath the awnings and whatnot. That was a pretty dismal day. Plenty of action on the track. I think probably the Eagle wet tyre probably got more laps in that one race than has had all season, I would imagine.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. After the Spa, Spa was dry for LMS, but yeah, because now we are going there in August instead of September. But yeah, let's see Portimao next week, because I will be not surprised if we have some rain as well.
Really?
Yeah. 2 years ago, the final of 2023 ELMS, we had 2 races because Imola was cancelled, so they put 2 races in Portimao, and we had rain for the 2 races.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
I've only had rain once in Portimao, but it does arrive with something of a vengeance. It comes down pretty hard when it does.
Yeah, when it's coming, it's massive. So, yeah.
Oh, well, that should be very interesting. That's next week, isn't it?
Yeah. Straight away. But for Spa next year, I think it will be nice for the drivers, because Spa, it's
legendary.
Yeah, exactly. It's a legend track. But again, for the tires, there is a few things. It's not the compound, it's more the construction, which is working hard. We have a big compression just before the radio. So you go through, after T1, you go through Eau Rouge, flat out, and then you have the radio. And in the compression, the load on the car, it's massive. So the tires need to survive there. But yeah, it's a really, really nice track. And I don't think I know drivers who is saying that no, I don't like Spa.
Yeah.
I think everyone like it. Like Portimao. Portimao is the same feedback for the drivers. Yeah.
Incredibly popular. Another track we're going back to next year. You being worried about rain in October, though, makes me very worried about next year, because we're going at the end of November.
Yes.
So bring the wet tyres.
Yes. We'll. I think we'll have to load the truck with wet tires, but let's see. It could be dry, could be cold. It could be It's like Aragon. Aragon, it depends when you are going, and it could be really hot or it could be really wet. So it depends.
Venue for our new winter series as well, coming in February and March. I do always wonder with tyre suppliers, because there's unlimited wet tyres normally, because it's not the kind of thing we want to limit teams on from a safety
exactly.
standpoint.
It's a safety thing.
So how many are you bringing to these races, like just in case?
We bring some we think that, okay, if it's full wet, how many set of wets the team will use, but obviously it's more for the race, because if it's massive rain, the team will not run during testing. I mean, if it's really, really wet, they will put one set, they will put one driver to check the track or to check how is the car under wet, but they will not do lap and lap and lap and lap. They will not risk to crash a car, because, for example, Magny or Portimao or Spa, it could be really difficult, and you can damage a lot of the car. Ricard did something different, but we have the order from the teams plus some tires.
Oui, à mes côtés dans le box GP Racing Team, Steven Palette. Steven, vous avez pris le départ au volant numéro 98, un format que vous connaissez bien. Comment s'est passé votre relais? Assez court, c'était prévu?
Relais assez court, alors il fait très froid, comme vous avez pu le voir ce matin. C'était difficile de monter les pneus en tempé, mais finalement au bout de quelques tours ça a été. On a rapidement eu pour le Cours donc les pressions sont retombées. Il a fallu refaire un peu le boulot de mise en tempé. Et on a essayé de tenter s'arrêter un peu plus tôt, parce qu'il y avait une voiture arrêtée. Et malheureusement le full Cours est arrivé un peu tard, mais voilà, on perd rien, on gagne rien, balle au centre, donc on est sur le plan de marche pour l'instant.
En plus d'être pilote, vous avez un rôle de driver coach dans beaucoup de championnats avec beaucoup de pilotes. Et là, vous êtes avec Lorraine. Si Steven il a le casque sur la tête, c'est parce qu'il est à la radio direct avec Lorraine. Qu'est-ce que vous allez lui dire pendant son relais?
Ouais, c'est plus pour lui donner vraiment des infos sur le driving. Je connais un petit peu les points sur lesquels ça peut être compliqué pour elle. Donc j'essaye vraiment de la guider là-dessus, de faire un peu voilà, le rappel sur les points délicats, comme à la relance d'un full course yellow, sur les pneus avant, de remettre de la tempée. Et voilà, donc j'essaie de lui donner mon soutien au maximum.
Donc sur une course de 4 heures, on passe de pilote à coach, il n'y a jamais de repos.
Non, jamais, mais il y a rarement de repos en général dans mon planning. Donc voilà, c'est habituel, on va dire.
Quand est-ce qu'on va vous retrouver en piste?
Je vais faire la fin. Donc là, je vais laisser mes équipiers qui ont fait un super boulot tout le week-end, qui ont bien progressé. Donc Gab et puis Lorraine. Donc je ne suis pas très inquiet. Et voilà, on va suivre aussi la voiture sœur qui joue plus au championnat, qui est un peu plus devant. Et pareil, ils ont bien progressé tout au long du week-end. Donc s'il n'y a pas d'erreur, ça sera podium. Et on va essayer de faire au maximum pour essayer de gagner.
Merci beaucoup Steven, à plus tard.
Thank you, Alexander Urban with Stephen Pallett from the GP Racing team. Very difficult morning for Stephen, saying they didn't really win or lose out with those full course yellows. I think that might be being a bit conservative, really. But now he's on the radio with Lauren, giving her the key points, trying to help her maximise her pace. So there's no rest for the driver coach, but he's very much used to it, and will be back out again for the end of the race. So Remy, let's go back to talking about circuits, my favourite topic with you.
Looks like, yes.
Aragon in October, that must be a bit of a relief.
Could be cold, could be windy. We are going there a few times for testing, so out of the season period, I mean. But yeah, sometimes it could be different than if you're coming in August and like we did 2 years ago when it was nearly 40 degrees. This year was pretty nice. The conditions were really, really good. Again, it's really hard to judge how will be the weather at like Portimao. You never know. It could be like 25 degrees and fully sunny, and the week after or even 2 days after it could be cloudy and rain and wind, and so yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, and you mentioned going to Portimao next week for European Le Mans Series. That's continuing into 2026, is it?
Yeah, exactly. So we have the final of the LMS. We are staying there after. We have some testing for the future as well. And yeah, 2026 really starts with WEC again, ELMS again. So WEC with the LMGT3, ELMS again with the LMP2, LMGT3 as well, and back in Ultimate with the Nova and with all the GT categories. So yeah, no, it's we are busy, but it's really nice. We are now in the place with the ACO. We are happy about the championship. They are happy about our product. Team knows us and they know how we work. Ultimate is getting better and better. It's a nice championship for us. We have different cars, so we can put different products. It's help as well for the Nürburgring, for the NLS, because some cars are running there, are running as well in NLS.
Interesting.
Yeah, like the Porsche Cup. So most of the team in the NLS are running in the Michelin, but we have the Goodyear here and it's working well. So it's nice for the Nürburgring teams as well.
Et avec le poleman de la catégorie UCS4 et Alpine Endurance Cup, Luca Desgranges. Luca, il y avait un air d'Alpine Cup Series dans ce départ, avec une grosse bataille avec la voiture contre laquelle vous êtes en bataille pour le championnat.
Ouais, c'est sûr, c'était très, très, comment dire, chaud à certains moments. Et à certains moments, ça s'est frôlé de peu. Mais ça reste propre, c'est franchement stimulant pour une fois, parce que souvent les courses en endurance c'est un peu plus écarté. Là c'est vrai que c'était plus format sprint que endurance sur ce coup-là.
Est-ce qu'on vous a remonté les bretelles d'avoir tenté des manœuvres un petit peu osées en piste?
Non, pas du tout. C'était propre, nous deux on restait propres, et le principal c'est qu'on se soit amusé et que rien de grave ne se soit passé.
Vous m'avez dit tout à l'heure, jouer avec la tête, être intelligent, ça veut quand même pas dire se laisser doubler et ne pas prendre de risques.
Non, quand même pas. On est là pour rouler et pour gagner. Donc forcément, si je vois que vraiment je peux pas gagner, bien sûr que j'assurerai la deuxième place. Mais là, on se bat. Autant essayer de gagner.
Écoute, merci Luca. On va aller voir Gianni dans un court instant pour voir comment il a vécu la bataille, lui, dans sa voiture numéro 94.
Thanks, Alex, again, with Luca de Grange, the pole sitter of the UCS4 category. Of course, we saw him have a thrilling battle with the number 94 car in the first part of that race. Very hard battle, very enjoyable. He said you can end up with some big gaps in endurance racing, but that was much more like a sprint race, much more like an Alpine Cup race. Fun, but no tension between the teammates, and yeah, as he said on the grid, still fighting for the win, not necessarily thinking about the championship. Remy, so we were talking about the NLS championship there as well. So that really interests me. So in the 992 Cup category there, it's still free tyre range?
Yeah, everything is NLS, everything is free. You have so many different tyre manufacturers. So it's good for us because it's a simulation. You want to get some teams, you want to ask them, do you want to change and come to Goodyear and everything. So it's nice to have the ultimate, for example, the Porsche Cup or some other cars, because we can say that, look, it's working well there, so why not trying in Nürburgring?
So is it more as a sort of advertisement rather than learning? How much can you learn about, you know, the Nordschleife, for example, from a track like this?
The Nordschleife, it's a Nordschleife.
Yeah.
There is nothing you can't compare, but the ultimate, we can say that, look, it's working on this track, it's working on this track, on this track we have no issue, the performance is there, we have no degradation, you have no. So yeah, why not trying in Nürburgring? But we know that Nürburgring it's something different. The Ligier is here. So it's we learn for the Porsche Cup, we learn in Ultimate, and we can translate into Nürburgring. That's a good point for us.
That's really great, and of course it all goes into all the preparations you guys do.
Et oui, on vient d'entendre le point de vue de Luca Desgranges sur cette bataille pour la tête de la catégorie UCS4 et Alpine Endurance Cup. Alors je suis allé chercher l'autre point de vue, celui de Gianni Sabaracci dans la voiture numéro 94. Gianni, c'était chaud avec Luca, c'est ce qu'il nous a dit, vous l'avez ressenti comme ça aussi?
Oui, c'était super, on a fait une belle bataille, franchement on s'est amusé, on a pris beaucoup de plaisir, enfin en tout cas pour moi, et ça a été très propre tous les deux, on s'est fermé un peu les portes mais c'est resté très carré. Franchement on n'a pas vu le relais passer, c'était super, belle perfo pour Luca, de mon côté j'étais content aussi de la mienne, comme je suis un peu plus âgé, j'essaye de suivre le rythme des jeunes. C'est super. Bon, on a été un peu troublé par la catégorie au-dessus avec certaines Porsche qui nous faisaient des freinages. Mais franchement, c'était très bien. Très bien. Ouais.
En catégorie UCS4, la 123 est devant vous, mais en Alpine Endurance Cup, vous êtes les leaders. L'idée, c'est quoi? C'est de gagner pour avoir une marge un peu supplémentaire de points avant le Paul Ricard.
Voilà, là, je pense qu'on va essayer d'assurer la course. Les prochains relais vont être quand même beaucoup plus calmes. Là, on a voulu mettre un peu de distance tout de suite pour le départ. Mais oui, j'ai vu avec mon collègue, mon autre pilote, avec Marc, on va essayer d'assurer de ne pas se sortir pour gagner le maximum de points, pour avoir des beaux points au championnat.
Quand est-ce que vous rehaussez le casque et remontez dans la voiture?
D'ici à peu près 35-40 minutes, on essaie de se faire des relais de cette durée-là. On verra si Marc arrive à tenir le choc et après je remonterai avec plaisir.
On aura une 6 heures au Paul Ricard. Est-ce que vous évoluerez toujours tous les deux ou est-ce qu'un troisième renfort arrivera?
Alors c'est prévu normalement un petit renfort. Voilà, c'est pas encore trop officiel, mais c'est en train de se faire avec un ami à moi qui a déjà un peu roulé. Donc on va voir si ça se fait. Ça serait sympa qu'on se fasse 3 à 6 heures parce que bon, à 2 ça risque d'être chaud quand même, d'être endurant.
Merci beaucoup, Gianni.
Avec plaisir.
Thanks, Alex, once again. So we heard from Luca de Grange. We now heard from his rival in that early battle, Gianni Scarbarassi, praising the clean racing and the door-to-door battling. And he may be older, but he's keeping up with the younger guys. And talking about how he's trying to gain points in the championship as they're lagging behind in the UCS4 category, but leading the Alpine Endurance Cup there. Back in the car in 40 minutes time, and alluded to a friend of his could be joining them for Paul Ricard, which of course is the 6 hour. So 2 drivers for 6 hours might be a bit too much, and so they're planning on having a friend of his join them for the finale. That'd be quite the deep end to be thrown into, right into a championship fight there for 2 titles as well, not just the one. So this is first pit stop for our race leader, Jean-Bernard Bouvet. And Remy, I can see you, as ever, intently looking into trying to see the state of the tyres. I know we're quite far away, but what are you looking for when you see this?
Just if they are changing tyres, because sometimes some teams bring some tyres just in case there is something. So yeah, it's 1 hour already. Some teams are already changing tyres. So it's not I don't like you, Chris, but I will have to go. I will have to go to check the tires and get the first feedback. For sure, I will check the track condition as well, the temp, because it's really important. We start yesterday's race with the Nova. We start the track temp was 12 degrees. We finish at 26, which is a big gap, and it could change about the car balance. We have to adjust the pressure as well for the tires. So yes, there is a few things to check, and yeah, again, get the information, and if something is not good, what we can do for the next 3 hours.
Oh yeah, if you have to go and get that information, then I won't keep you. If you have to run off.
Yeah, but it's always a pleasure. It's always interesting to discuss.
Always wonderful to have you in the commentary box with us as well, Remy. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Well, we are at the end of the first hour here in the 4 hours of the Magny Cours circuit. Jean-Paul Pani now aboard the Vision. We've got a slow-moving Vortex number 21, though, that's just rejoined the track. That's Lionel Ambrouche has taken over from Philippe Bonnel. And smoke coming out of the back of it, and so this could be another intervention if it does conk out on the way back to the pits. I'm sure race control not going to be thrilled about having that car back out there. And oh, dramas for 94, the championship leader in the Alpine Endurance Cup, and the second place car in UCS4, Mark Jacob, has found the gravel and has damaged the car as well by the looks of it. Contact to the front end of the car, which has probably helped him towards the gravel, and so with a slow-moving car and a car stopped on the racetrack, we've got a few cars coming in for stops. Michael Desmail vacating the Netsuv racing car, Margot Versa also getting out of the Ligier, and this could be an intervention as we now enter the second hour. So driver change coming in. The Vortex has made it back into pit lane. Laurent Gaudy, meanwhile, we are going to go full course yellow in 45 seconds time. The pit lane has now closed, and so Laurent Gaudy getting into pit lane just in the nick of time. For a refuel as well. Well, he's still in pit lane, so this is going to work out very nicely for the Vision. And again, the fortune falls their way again with dramas for the Vortexes and this well-timed safety car for them. So we're going into a full course yellow period. Let's look back at the first hour of racing. We are under full course yellow conditions here in Magny Cours, with the extraction of the number 94 of Mark Jacob from the gravel, which I believe is down at Estoril. So that is significant drama for the car that is second in the UCS4 category, trying to keep those championship hopes alive, but also the leader in the Alpine Endurance Cup. So rivals in both of them with the 123 of Luca de Grange and Frederic de Brabant. It's the latter who's aboard the car that is leading the class now as well. So this is not good for either of their championships, with one meeting still to go as we take a look inside the Le Courrier Français garage. So Olivier Gomez has cycled through into the lead of the race in the 22 Vortex during this full course yellow period. But remember, Jean-Paul Pani was in the pit lane when the full course yellow was called, so that's worked out very nicely for him. Most of the teams have ticked off at least one of the mandatory pit stops, although Roland Marchi, the number 20 Vortex that he shares with Enzo Richer, has got the asterisk of doom, which is the first time I've seen for this weekend. And if you don't know what the asterisk of doom is, what we have on our timing screen is a countdown of the mandatory pit stops. And if that asterisk pops up, it usually means that something was not right in the pit stop they've done. So the number 20 Vortex only done one pit stop in this race, and usually it refers to not serving the handicap correctly. There is a minimum pit stop time, loop to loop, pit entry to pit out, which is for the UCS1 cars, and for most of the categories 80 seconds, plus then your driver handicap as well. For the number 20, that is 34 seconds for having a silver class driver in the form of Enzo Richer aboard, so a total of 114 seconds. And the reason that it is an asterisk is because, of course, they can still do 5 more pit stops. It's not like they don't have to do it in every single pit stop, but 5 of their pit stops have to meet those conditions. So they do have 2 hours and 51 minutes or so to still do 5 more pit stops. But in reality, they won't do that. And so when the pit lane closes with 15 minutes to go, and that little asterisk is still there, they'll end up coming with a penalty. So that's the reason we call it the asterisk of doom. It's usually a marker of a penalty coming in the last 15 minutes of the race after the pit lane closes. We are going to go green in about 45 seconds time. So full course yellow procedure will be ending. Claire Cottingham back with me in the commentary box.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Ça va?
Ah, ça va bien, et toi?
Comme ci, comme ça.
Comme ci, comme ça. Ah, pourquoi? Shall we leave it there?
Yeah. Yeah.
This is interesting. Is the window been smashed on the Alpine there? Because there was some glass that was being swept up from the racetrack. I'm just being told, actually, the rear window was smashed in. So damage to the front end and damage to the rear end as well. Quite an extraordinary accident then for Mark Jacob. Green flags are waving. And Jean-Paul Panet was not quite as on it on the restart there as Jules Samoviak. That's actually full position. For third position that they were squabbling over. A lap behind Olivier Gomez as it stands. Which I'm somewhat surprised about. And in fact, Jules Samoviak has gone round Jean-Paul Panet, who is an AM driver. Jules Samoviak, a silver class driver aboard the 41, the 29-year-old Dutch racer. Used to compete in the Formula 3 European Championship with Van Amersfoort about 11 years ago. Since then has had GT racing and competing against the Nürburgring 24 hours. And when I say Jean-Paul Panet is an AM driver, I don't mean he's a bronze driver. I mean he's the special, even lower class that we have here in the Kennol GT Endurance Cup, which is below bronze. It's the AM drivers. They're the ones who don't carry any handicap with them in this championship. Tell me, did you enjoy our regular, it's becoming now, Goodyear Racing Tyre chat?
I love a chat with Remy. Yeah, Remy's a great, he's always, he makes me laugh because he's always into the racing, but you can see his mind is always looking at the tyres.
Yeah.
And he's always very, very much overtaken by tyre chat. And but he's so knowledgeable, and it's such an interesting conversation every single time to give us the insight into these Goodyear tyres, and also the changes that we've seen throughout the season with the Goodyear tyres, not necessarily in this championship, but other championships too, that started on a particular compound and now gone to a harder compound, and you know they're still finding their way pretty successfully within this championship, but it's great to see the evolution of what we've seen of the Goodyear tyres.
Yeah, of course, it's a steep learning curve for Goodyear, particularly with the Nova, which is not, you know, the most.
It's temperamental.
It's not the most well-known platform either.
No.
You don't really get them anywhere else.
You don't see them. Yeah, you don't see them testing elsewhere, and it's
There's a couple out in the South Africa Endurance Series. Some of them end up in the Gedlink competition during the off-season, but primarily they're all here.
Yeah.
In Ultimate Cup competition, so it was a big job for Goodyear to come in and be the sole tyre supplier for that championship.
But what a big statement as well of intent for what Ultimate Cup wants to do and how they want to move forward with such an aim of Goodyear on the calendar. I do miss Bebendum though, has to be said.
Well, it's great to have Goodyear with us as a partner. As Remy was saying, very much looking forward to the European Le Mans Series finale.
Yeah, they're a busy old setup, Goodyear. He was saying that Remy won't be joining us for Paul Ricard because he's in Bahrain. And
oh yes, of course, it's the same weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, the test.
Well, that is that is a shame. Got LMGT3 championship going down to the wire. We had Francois Heriot racing yesterday in the European Endurance Prototype Cup. Of course, he's competing for the LMGT3 title in the World Endurance Championship.
I got him mixed up with his brother, which was rather embarrassing.
Oh no, did you?
It was only because his brother we've got a couple of stop-go penalties that have come in here, but we'll look at those in a moment. His brother obviously was racing in the championship as well, and his brother's car had the issue. And obviously I was running up and down the pit lane, and all I look at occasionally is just the little strip of a name along their waist. And obviously with my timing sheet, it doesn't give me the beginning of their name, does it? It just says, so basically we have our entry list, and the entry lists only say, the entry lists give the full name, but I must have had the grid, and the grid piece in front of me only says the surname of the driver. So I looked at the grid and thought, well, okay, it's number whatever it is, I'll go and speak to him. And I went up to him and I said, oh, can we have a chat about, you know, what's going on? He said, well, sure. And I said, because obviously what's going on with your car? And he was like, that's not my car. And I was like, what? This is your name? And he was like, that's my brother. And I was like, Gilles, I'm so sorry.
They're both in the same team as well, which didn't help.
Same team. They look very similar. In a quick moment of a car breaking down, you go around and you look for the right driver. And I think he forgave me, but it did make me feel like a bit of a silly sausage.
Well,
at least I didn't do it on air and say, oh, well, Gilles, what happened to your car? And he's like, it's still out there going round, because that could have happened.
Well, Ricky Taylor forgave me at Goodwood this year for mixing him up with his brother Jordan.
Oh, it's like, well, to be fair, Martin Brundle did it the other day with Lewis Capaldi. Did you see that one? And he was like, Lewis. And he was like, I'm not Lewis Martin, I'm his brother. But they looked very similar.
They did.
So it happens to the best of us.
Yeah, doesn't it just? And in fairness, like the Ricky and Jordan Taylor, they could be twins.
Yeah.
Extraordinary likeness. And he did say, don't worry about it, man. Happens all the time.
Happens all the time.
Happens all the time. Didn't run into them at Le Mans, sadly, this year, but great to bump into Ricky at Goodwood. Effervescent young man.
Gosh, they do look very similar. I've never looked at them so intently, but very
Usually
similar.
the haircut is how I tell them apart.
Yeah, one's a bit more beardy, but look, he hasn't got a beard here. Oh gosh, I could not see the difference in that. How much was the difference? 2 years between them as well.
I should have really known it wouldn't have been Jordan, because I think he was racing that weekend.
Yeah, but
so
that's the thing. But you don't think, you just kind of go.
Yeah. Oh, Jordan.
Yeah.
Actually, it's Ricky. Sorry. So we've had a few full course yellow infringement penalties come in. We'll fill you in on that later. For now, let's go down to Alex.
Chaillot apart from driven. Chaillot, yesterday, no qualifying session for you because gearbox problem. The team worked hard all the night, and then you are at the restart. It was a first win.
Look, I think, the start was pretty good. I think managed to keep it clean. Took it step by step and made up a few positions. Regarding last night, it was a bit unfortunate that we couldn't qualify because that would have been really good to show full performance. But the team worked really hard, managed to sort out the diff that was broken, and thankfully we managed to start today.
Since the beginning of the year, you are really fast with a lot of good results, but not a win. You are looking for it. Is it for today?
I can't say for today, that's what we hope for, but yes, we've been unfortunate. Hopefully the luck swings in our favor today.
How do you manage your first year with this Porsche Cup? It's a great car, a difficult car, but you seem to be really fast with it.
It's a very, very challenging car. Lots of specialists on the grid, as you can see. So I'm trying to learn as much as I can, especially from my teammate Jules, which has been amazing. Thiago as well at the beginning. I've been fortunate to adapt at the pace that I have, but we still have a lot of work to do, so I'm looking forward to it.
You are two on your lineup. In Paul Ricard, we will have a 6-hour race. Do you have maybe another team member?
I think the two driver setup has been working for us, so it will probably stay the same. We'll just have to train a bit harder in between the races.
Thank you, Chaillot, and see you at the checkout flag.
Thank you, man.
Thanks, Alex. Great to hear from Shea Harpal. A broken diff, stopping them from taking part in qualifying yesterday. So certainly a big effort from the team. To get that car ready and starting from the pit lane. Currently running second in class, third overall, and 0.8 of a second behind the class leader, Anthony Beltoise. So where are they at the moment? Absolutely nose to tail, in fact. So that's a good battle going on there for the lead in the Porsche Cup category. It'd be quite something if Jules Moviat were to take the lead of the category now from the pit lane. Just done that car's best lap of the race. Here is that battle, just coming through Virage de l'Ice and into the chicane. And so it's the driven Porsche, the black number 41 car of Jules Moviat, chasing down Anthony Beltoise, multiple French GT and Carrera Cup France champion, both silver class drivers. So both of these teams deciding that this is the time to try and push in this race. And we've got a great battle here. It's less than 0.4 of a second when they went over the timing line for not only second overall, but the lead in the Porsche Cup category. And a bit of traffic in front, but Beltoise should be okay because it's the sister car. It's Gabriel Pimont in the number 98, which has just done its second mandatory pit stop, in fact. So I'm sure that would much more likely get in the way of the driven car than it would into the GP car, the sister Beltoise car. Rounding up some of the Alpine traffic, they make their way into the Nürburgring chicane, and then the 180-degree corner, slightly defensive line there from Anthony Beltoise that allows Moviat to just close up under the brakes. But then you see the concertina effect as the car in front is always on the power slightly earlier. And so as they go into the Imola chicane, still a car length between them. We're seeing great battling in UCS4, and now this is a cracking fight between two pro drivers in these cars on a fairly equal footing as well, with the silver and bronze pairing aboard the 41. And the two bronze drivers and one silver inside the GP racing car, but now going to be held up a little bit behind his teammates, with Gabriel Pimont just in front of them. So it's the second and third cars in this queue that are battling for the lead in the category, as Beltoise tries to put a lap on his teammate. The driven car stationary for an additional 11 seconds per pit stop, because the silver class driver has got to do more time in the race, because it's only two drivers in the car. And that was very close between Gabriel Pimont, as he very nearly turned into the side of the driven Porsche of Jules Moviat, and that has put a little bit of distance between Moviat and Beltoise.
Easy for you to say.
It is certainly in a rush. These Dutch names always give me trouble.
The Dutch ones are quite easy, though, actually. It's because they're quite phonetically said, aren't they?
I'm not good with phonetic. I'm English. I like all the unnecessary U's and G's and H's, please.
Oh, I love phonetically. It's like if you, if you're watching Wimbledon and with the tennis and the Russian names, they're all phonetically said. But I have to write names phonetically anyway.
I mean, I do that sometimes as well. That must be said. It does.
So you take back exactly what you just said?
No. No, when the name itself is just phonetic, but then I'll write something out phonetically separately.
Yes,
as well.
yeah, say it out loud. Anyway, there's actually racing going on track. Let's not talk about our speaking language.
It closed up a little bit just as they were trying to round up one of the Alpine Cup cars, and so now it's only 0.2 of a second between the top two in the Porsche Cup category. Anthony Beltoise soaking up this pressure very nicely as Olivier Gomez brings the Vortex into pit lane. See some fresh Goodyear rubber going onto that car, and the leaders in the Porsche Cup category make their way down the back straight towards one of the best overtaking opportunities on the racetrack. It's the Adelaide hairpin. Here comes Moviat trying to feign towards the inside, but Beltoise just got that one covered off. Tries the narrower line on the exit, does the 41. Tries to straighten up the car and get on the power a little bit earlier, but very difficult to try and make a move into the Nürburgring chicane, and so Moviat has to follow in the wheel tracks of the GP racing car. The championship leading car in the Porsche Cup category as well. Victorious twice this year is Anthony Beltoise alongside Cyril Sael and Loic Thier. So it spreads out once again. We'll see if they are able to close up on Arnaud Gomez. It is now aboard the...
Who's just gone into the pits, actually.
Yes. Yes, I'm just wondering if he'll come out if he'll come out behind these guys. If he comes in for fuel, then almost certainly. And in fact, it's Samoviak who dives into pit lane. So Beltoise given a bit of a reprieve. Beltoise actually putting in his best lap of the race last time around. It seems that Jules was incentivizing him a little bit. That's broken up Porsche Cup battle, sadly. And 22 is still in pit lane, and so I think with one more tour, Anthony Beltoise will take the overall lead of the race momentarily, because of course this is the second mandatory stop for the Vortex.
Don't know if the team slightly came in a bit early. There was one of the team members running down the pit lane, which is not something you're used to seeing. So I don't know if they were not 100% ready for the driver to come in.
Well, there's a bit less action in the Porsche Cup stop sometimes because, as Remy was telling us, they have fewer tyres than the UCS1 cars for these races. So again, in every stop, you're not going to be changing tyres. You're not even necessarily going to be refueling, because the Porsche Cup car is actually one of the few Cup-level cars, the sort of one-make racing cars, that is designed for both sprint competition in Carrera Cup, but also endurance competition, primarily at the Nürburgring. So Beltoise continues on his way. No, he doesn't. That's the other car. Excuse me. Beltoise comes into pit lane. So that's 98, Gabriel Piedmont. So Beltoise coming in a lap after the driven car. And yes, as I was saying, it's 123 seconds for the 41 that came in first, 112 seconds for the GP Racing car that it was battling. And that is because, although it's bronze and silver drivers in both the cars, it's bronze, silver for the 89, only bronze, silver for the 41. And so if we were to break that down, bronze and silver time, it is between 90 and 120 minutes that the silver class driver can do in the driven Porsche. So that means that 2 hours for Shea Harpal, whereas it is a maximum of 1 hour and 15 for Anthony Beltoise in this race. And so because there are 2 bronze drivers, there is more bronze time to be served, because it is a minimum of 1 hour per bronze driver. But of course those statistics don't really add up, so they are going to have to run more bronze time in this race.
So there's a lot of penalties that have come in for the full course yellow infringements.
Oh, we never did them, did we?
Well, I just was going to explain a bit more. So we've got 15-second stop-go penalty for 64. 29 has a 1-stop and go penalty, and the same for 89 that has 3 seconds. But just looking into it a bit more, and it's, especially for 29, was for excessive speeding during the full course yellow. And it seems that that's most of them have got this excessive speeding is the issue for why they've been given these full course yellow infringements. So penalty's been served for 29, but that's what they've been doing, going too quickly.
Yes, so that's either not slowing down to the 80 kilometres an hour quickly enough when the full course yellow is called, or speeding up a little bit too early, or indeed
just doing it under it,
engaging the limiter.
Yeah.
Oh look, there's the broken window of the 94 of Mark Jacob when he went into the gravel. But there were damage on the front end and on the side. That's extraordinary. I've not seen that before. Maybe Alexandre can go and find out some answers for us, because okay, that's the front end of the.
Are you okay?
Me, yes.
Are you okay?
I thought that was a very mangled car.
Yes,
I don't remember it looking like that.
They've lifted a bit off the front, as you can see there, as
yes.
they're pushing it down. They've lifted the front radiator bit of it off. I think maybe we are going to head down to the pit lane in a moment.
No, I think our producer's just having a bit of fun with us. And
it's an update.
It's an update
he's
to the car.
Usually I'm pretty on top of what our, something called a silly goose, what our producer Nathaniel was saying. But yes, it does look like a bit of a broken car, that one.
Yeah, I know that Chazelle has been working on a endurance specification of the A110, but I don't think that that is quite it.
You don't think that the back of the car should sit on the front now? Or the front on the back, rather?
I'd turn the whole thing upside down and...
Well, you know, it was one of the cars that imploded, I remember, at one of the events. Do you remember that? Maybe it was the one you weren't at and they all just caught on fire. Enzo Richer then getting back into the car. They only have 2 drivers, with Philippe Papin not involved this weekend. So a lot more racing for Enzo Richer, who I'm sure would take every single moment he could in a car. Already raced in the 4 hours of the prototype earlier this weekend, yesterday morning.
Yeah, he has been getting his hours in, hasn't he, in these race weekends, which is great for him because he doesn't do so many race weekends themselves, as he is studying. We are back into that time of year now where the kids go back to school.
He is a kid as well. Enzo is young. I think he's 20. Let me have a look. I think he just turned. But we've heard his name obviously for the last couple of years in this championship, but I believe he is. Well, it says he's 19. His birthday's July.
Yes.
So he's only just turned 19, which is sickening.
Yeah, he is a win, isn't he?
Yeah.
Now battle resumed between the 2 Porsches here, and it's the driven car that's come out ahead. In fact, so the 41 ahead of 98 on track. So actually, sorry, it's not battle resumed. That is Gabriel Pimont. I think a lap ahead now of Shea Harpal. I think it must be. But I would imagine Shea Harpal might try and pull away there. Getting tight into the Adelaide headwind, but Pimont does manage to make that move. So these full course yellow infringements, how many have we seen now? We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them come through in the first hour and a half of this race. So everyone's being very well behaved out there, and somehow only 2 track limits penalties that I've noted anyway.
Yeah, actually we've not seen much track limits at all this weekend. Last time out in Aragon we had pretty much every single lap was deleted, and Portimao again was another one that caught a lot of drivers out, so it's actually quite nice not to see too much track limits this weekend. 98 going a bit too close to track limits there.
Just riding it up to the white line.
Yeah, well, it's hard to tell. I mean, they obviously study it pretty well, but yeah, it's hard to tell sometimes.
I am somewhat staggered by the accuracy of which these drivers manage to turn the car for such long periods of time as well. When you say you did track limits and they say no, I didn't, and they can tell to the millimeter where their wheel was. Comes Marc Lopez, the 93. Agatha Moire leads the UCS4 category as it stands, but has done one less pit stop than her rival Alpines. And so one might argue that Luca de Grange is the best placed car, 123 in that category at the moment. Very well placed to seal the UCS4 crown this weekend.
Nearly at the halfway point of this race, and Jean-Paul Magny leading the way in the UCS1 class, unsurprisingly, as they are pretty fast out there. There it is, the Vision, and they've got a new driver alongside them this weekend in Ian Iannetta? That's not his name.
Roman
Iannetta. I looked at it, I was like, his name's Ian, no. Roman, who joins us again. David Hallyday not with us this weekend as he's out singing. Oh, we might actually hear from the Vision team because Alexandre Herbien is down in the pit lane and he's waiting to speak to Jean-Bernard Bouvier. What is wrong with my speaking today? Should I just turn my mic back off? Yeah.
No, actually it's Alain Iannetta, Roman's uncle.
Alan?
Hey. Oh, it's not Alan. Steve. Steve.
Alan. Anyway, we're going to hopefully hear from the Vision team very shortly. I never really get to speak to the Vision guys because it's usually only David Hallyday that speaks English fluently enough to have a conversation. A lot of French speakers up and down this grid, so that's why our wonderful pit lane reporter Alexandre Herbien is in the pit lane to bring us more.
Yes, it's Jules Samoviag and Shea Harper, the only non-French, at least licensed drivers.
Yes, yeah. Well, and not many of them, unfortunately, can speak English, but then I can't speak French, and I am in France, so I appreciate that I probably should do some French learning. You're doing French learning. You never mention it, though, do you?
No, I'm very humble about it.
No, very humble. You're a humble being. That's when I think of you, I think humble.
Thanks.
No worries.
I am pretty gracious, actually.
So gracious.
Pretty great guy, all right.
So
actually.
Yeah.
That's what I've been told.
Anyway, 98 here then, down in 4th place at the moment, not leading the Porsche Cup, 2nd in the Porsche Cup at the moment.
Still with Shea Harper, very close company on the road, but not for position.
very quiet out there at the moment, apart from the Porsche car number 17 setting a personal best third sector, as well as the Porsche of number 10 as well. This battle continues here in the Porsche category, getting some good Porsche racing this afternoon, and Loeb and Harpel going for it. Actually, no, that's not for position, that's 98, isn't it? So that's, don't know why.
Don't worry, I made that same mistake.
Yeah, sorry. You'd think they're together like they're battling.
Yeah. Yeah, and we did see Shea very close to the sister car earlier on. But that gap has opened up quite substantially now, much more than the 12-second difference between their handicaps. So it does make me wonder if there was more drama for the driven squad than we initially anticipated in that pit stop. Well, let's head back down to Alexandre Urban.
Oui, on est au sein du garage de l'écurie française dans ce projet Octobre Rose Racing for Women avec Margot Verza qui a pris le départ avec la Ligier JSDR. Margot, on vous a laissé respirer un petit peu. Comment s'est passé ce premier relais?
Écoute, plutôt pas mal. Le départ, on a été assez safe. Ça se bagarrait un peu devant, donc moi j'essayais juste de suivre. Le but était de ramener la voiture avec le moins de pénalité possible, avec les meilleurs pneus. Comme on n'a pas d'ABS, le but c'était pas de rendre des pneus impossibles à ma coéquipière. Donc non, en première heure, avec quand même pas mal de sorties de la part des autres voitures. Voilà, j'ai eu 2 full course yellow, je crois. Donc non, écoute, plutôt un rythme assez correct. Dans la stratégie, on est plutôt bon. Agathe est rentrée. Elle est repartie. Là, elle a un super rythme. Pour l'instant, on est en tête de la catégorie. Il reste encore 2h18 de course. Donc on verra. Mais non, plutôt bon début de course. La voiture est revenue. Voilà, très bien.
Vous avez plus l'habitude d'une Porsche Cayman GT4, parce que vous avez roulé cette année cette Ligier JSDR. Comment il a fallu s'y habituer?
L'ABS, enfin le non-ABS, c'était ça mon gros point. C'est vrai que sur la Porsche, j'ai l'habitude de freiner assez fort. Donc le premier objectif, c'était de prendre confiance sur les freins. Après, la voiture, elle est vraiment sympa. C'est très léger, c'est très dynamique. Ça va quand même assez vite en termes de chrono. Là, on se bat avec les Alpines, donc c'est plutôt très chouette. Mais ouais, vraiment, le frein a été un peu dur à prendre en main. Mais maintenant, là, sur une piste assez fraîche, c'est un peu plus simple. Donc voilà, j'ai fait que 2 petits plats hier. Aujourd'hui, pas trop normalement, donc ça va.
Puis c'est aussi une course humanitaire. Il y a le côté compétition, évidemment, parce que vous êtes des pilotes qui avaient envie de gagner, mais il y a ce côté aussi de la lutte contre le cancer du sein, la place aussi de la femme dans le sport automobile, ce qu'ont créé Alexia Ortega et Marc Bonnet, cette volonté double de se battre, on va attendre que la voiture parte derrière nous, cette volonté double de rouler pour quelque chose derrière.
Oui, c'est vrai que l'objectif premier, c'est vraiment toute l'association qu'ont monté Marc et Alexia, tout ce projet Octobre Rose Racing for Women. On a un équipage 100% féminin, mais Octobre Rose, en fait, ça touche à 99% les femmes, les cancers du sein, mais ça peut arriver aux hommes aussi. Donc voilà, toute l'opération, elle est avant tout pour essayer de mettre en avant cette cause, d'essayer de récolter un maximum de dons qui vont revenir à des associations qui luttent contre le cancer du sein. Donc voilà, après c'est vrai qu'on est en compétition, on est là pour participer, mais on est aussi là pour gagner, ou en tout cas on espère mettre la voiture sur le podium. Pour l'instant c'est le cas, donc voilà, on va croiser les doigts et s'il vous plaît donnez parce que c'est pour une bonne cause.
Merci beaucoup Marco.
Merci, au revoir.
Thanks Alex, great to hear from Margot Versa. Was playing it safe in the early stages of the race, particularly given that there's no ABS on the JS2R. So watched the Alpine battle ahead, found her rhythm, and particularly trying to get the feel for those brakes, but enjoying fighting with the Alpines and getting used to the cars. And then, of course, racing for women branding across the car. It's Pink October. Racing for breast cancer awareness and raising money for a great cause there as well. And she is also herself racing a GT4 Porsche in Trophy Tourism Endurance for this year, but a former Porsche Sprint Challenge France racer and an Alpine Elf Cup racer herself as well, but knows the GS2R from a previous Ross car experience. And away from the racetrack, a motorsport engineer is the 28-year-old Parisian. Moire at the wheel of the car at the moment, leading the category, the former midget racer. Sadly, it seems that Philippe Bonnell's Vortex remains in the pit lane, so 14 cars out on the racetrack, 2 hours and 15 minutes still to go. Johan Boris Shire now aboard the number 17 RR Racing by Racetivity Porsche Cup car. Normally we would see Benjamin Lessenis inside that car, but he's racing in GT4 Europe in Barcelona this weekend. It's the GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Finale this weekend at the 3 hours of Barcelona. Benjamin racing in the support race in GT4. So not able to be with us, so silver class driver duties being filled in by Johan Boris. Speaking of Johan Boris Shire, I think Alexander Ban has made his way down to the Racetivity
Exactement ça, Renaud, je suis en compagnie de Daniel Walczynski. Daniel, comment se passe le début de course?
Bon, ça s'est pas trop mal passé parce que j'ai fait quand même des temps corrects par rapport aux essais qu'on a eu les jours précédents. Il y avait un bon rythme, j'étais avec une autre Porsche devant, on s'est tenu pendant tout mon stint et donc non, pour moi ça va, c'était bien, c'était parfait.
Vous êtes toujours en compagnie de Régis Rigaud de CBS. Cette fois-ci, il y a un nouveau pilote, c'est pas Benjamin Lessen. Parlez-nous un petit peu de lui.
Oui, Benjamin est retenu pour l'European GT4. Donc c'est Boris Jobot qui l'a remplacé, qu'on connaît depuis des années aussi, avec qui on a fait d'autres séries avant. Voilà.
Comment elle se passe globalement cette saison? On voit les Racing by Racetivity en progression qui chaque week-end s'améliore petit à petit, remonte dans la hiérarchie. On espère pour vous un podium d'ici la fin de l'année.
Bon, on aimerait bien, hein. On a failli, mais bon, après, voilà, nous c'est une découverte. La Porsche, c'est la première saison. On a fait du GT4 avant, donc c'est une découverte. Le niveau des gens qui roulent en Porsche, quand même, il y a des silvers, c'est très élevé quand même. Hein. Quand vous voyez Steven Palette, comment ça roule, Jobot, comment ça roule, pour nous, c'est compliqué, les amateurs, hein, parce qu'on est à 4-5 secondes. Voilà. Mais voilà, on progresse tranquillement, on apprend. Voilà, on aurait pu faire un podium une fois ou deux. Bon, on a eu des... Comme d'autres équipes, hein, ils ont eu des pénalités pour X raisons. Donc, mais bon, j'espère qu'on en fera un avant la fin de la saison. Et puis la saison prochaine, on va remettre le couvert. Et puis en espérant être un peu plus performant. Voilà.
Toujours avec cette Porsche Cup, avec 1 an d'expérience derrière soi.
Oui, voilà. Oui, on va rester avec la Porsche, qui est vraiment une voiture vraiment qui est bien pour ce championnat, pour l'endurance, fiable. Non, c'est vraiment très bien.
Merci beaucoup, Daniel. Et puis on vous souhaite une bonne fin de course.
Merci à vous.
Thanks, Alex, again. And Daniel Walczynski, so he's going pretty good. Better than testing, and had a good battle with one of their class rivals, actually pulled them along together, which is quite helpful, and aiming for their first Porsche Cup podium. Of course, it's their first year in the category, having raced a GT4 BMW last year, did Benjamin, Daniel and Reggie. Now, Lionel Lamrouche just tried to get back out onto the circuit, and again, the Vortex is just not playing ball. So the 21 limping around slowly, just trying to stay out of everyone's way, but whatever fix has been put on that car, it has clearly not worked. So Lionel just trying to keep out of the way. His daughter Solon raced this morning in the Ligier Formula Cup.
Oh, it broke.
Oh no, it's fully gone now. So is this going to be another full course yellow parked up at the chicane, the high-speed chicanes. Right. Exit of turn number 9. Going to go full course yellow. Pit lane is now closed. So in 45 seconds will be full course yellow to retrieve. And there it is. It's on the exit of the 180-degree corner, turn 8. So on his outlap, conking out the exit of the 180-degree corner. So pits will close again. Once again, just as we reach the halfway mark. The sun actually starting to poke through the clouds now. Best weather conditions we've had all day. Now we go to full course yellow. Reduce ourselves to 80 kilometers an hour. Jean-Paul Pani, the race leader, ahead of Arnaud Gomez. It's a real shame to see that this car isn't really playing ball today, especially after last week's jubilation for Lionel and Philippe. Barcelona, the Corvette series. She's starting to roll backwards now, which is a little bit unnerving. You can see the recovery vehicle already at the scene of the incident. To stop it rolling so that they can get it lifted and get it sent back to the pit lane.
Lots of conversations going on. What do you kind of talk about at full course yellow at this point? So the vortex is being dragged out, and it's always a sad situation, isn't it, when you see a car being dragged out, especially a beautiful car like that. It's just not ideal, is it? Love the story behind this car though, and they're raising money for breast cancer awareness. Such an important conversation to be having as well in general in motorsport, talking about women's health, and it's not something that anyone really talks about, and there's more women getting involved in motorsport. And obviously, was it Daniel Ricciardo that had the moustache? Wasn't that for? I might be getting this wrong. I thought it was
testicular cancer.
I thought it was testicular cancer, but actually it might have been the mental health one. But he did do one for testicular cancer as well.
Movember.
Yes, yeah, that's what Movember's for, isn't it? The testicular cancer. But it's just, yeah, it's not something you often see in motorsport. People talking about causes like that. You see it a lot more in other sports, really. raising money and stuff. Yeah, they had the brain cancer one, didn't they? For what did they? Who I can't remember his name now. Oh goodness, it's going to come to me. It will come to me.
Well, hopefully it will come back to you on the
Yeah,
other side,
on the other side of
this
highlights.
reel. Coming up to half race distance, let's look back at what's happened so far. So back to green flag conditions. Here in Magny Cours. And you see, because the UCES 4 pit stops are so long, it's a 140 seconds standard pit stop time on top of the handicap as well. They have time to really mooch around the cars and make sure that everything is Gucci before sending them back out. So Emily Albany Villa now aboard the 64.
So with 2 hours left then. It is still Jean-Paul Bagné leading the way for UCS1 in the Ferrari. And Arnaud Gomez in the Vortex. Unfortunately, the sister Vortex has just been taken back to the pit lane. And as I say it, there it is. So Lionel Amrouche no longer probably aboard that as they try and work out exactly what's wrong. It's been brought back by the rescue team and will be pushed back into the garage. And there is no driver sitting in that anymore. Lionel Amrouche has vacated it and been pushed back into the garage. So at the moment it's curtains for the 21 Vortex, see if they can get it going and use it as a bit of a test run. But for now, all eyes will be on the other 2 Vortexes still running, which is Enzo Richer currently in the number 20 down in 9th, and Arnaud Gomez in the 22 running in 2nd at the moment. Gabriel Pamont now in the 98. This is the car we've been talking about, which is an all-women lineup. And the pink, as we were saying, is for representation for breast cancer awareness, which is just, yeah, really lovely to see. And I'm sure everyone can agree that it's something that has touched everybody out there. So raising money for that is always really special. Porsche of 29 has just been out there setting some personal bests. So maybe got a bit of clear air. This is again the Vortex garage, and unfortunately issues all day. And now looks like they might have to retire. They've got the computer out, so it might be an electrical thing to try and work out what exactly is happening inside the car. What's up?
There's so many modern cars now, there's so little left mechanical on them that the laptop is mandatory for a diagnosis these days.
It's almost like when you used to put the computer through a virus scanner and it would come back and be like, you've got 6 viruses. You'd have to clear it.
Well, it's concerning for the future of entry-level club and amateur motorsport, really, that you used to be able to take your road car, turn it into a racer and be able to spanner it yourself, which was the whole concept of amateur racing. But now you need a degree in engineering to be able to run a race car. If you were to take a modern road car and try and turn that into your weekend racer, which is why so many of the old 90s and early 2000s bangers are still out there.
Bangers.
Really.
Bangers.
Brilliant stuff. There's an old Stock Hatch Championship that I'm very fond of, the 750 Motor Club. That just hasn't changed for the last 15 years, really.
Single, aren't you? Was that? No? No, sorry. That's where you take people for dates, isn't it? The old banger racetrack.
Yeah, exactly.
I just wanted to show you the cars I really like. Oh, Chris.
I'm not answering that question.
No, there are some excellent cars still running out there, and it's weird, like you say, when you think about how we used to run race cars, and you wouldn't get your laptop out, would you? You'd get your spanner out, and it's just so different now in terms of finding the issues in cars and the, I want to use a long word here, diagnostics? Yeah, that's right, isn't it? Diagnostics. God, I don't know what side of the bed I've woken up this morning in, but I've forgotten what English is. Maybe I should just suddenly wake up speaking French. Have you ever heard of those people that suddenly wake up speaking a different language? Like fluent Japanese?
I have. I don't really, I must admit, I don't understand how it works.
I don't know, I've backed myself into a corner, or I've probably just seen it on Instagram once.
It might just be attention seeking, you don't know.
Imagine learning a whole language. That'd be something you would do. Learn French, then be like, oh, I don't know. I only speak French now. Thank you. That was my French accent to a room full of French people listening. Ceci pour moi. That's all I have.
I think the whole nation is
rolling their eyes at me.
Looking at you now.
Third car then running at the moment in the overall championship at the moment is Gabriel Pamont, but in the Porsche leading the way in car number 98, and they are in at the moment having a pit stop, as well as the leading overall car, Jean-Paul Magny, for the Vision team. There seems to be a driver swap here as well. That looks like Iannetta getting in very speedily. It's got time. It's got no tyres at the moment. It's getting in very quick, but it looks like Romain Iannetta is going to jump in that one.
Fischer, the only team I've seen in the pit lane with the wheel gun gantry that you see. Well, it's standard equipment now across any GT racing series, any contemporary GT series. But the only team in this paddock I've seen with that outside their garage.
It might be, saying that actually, it might be Rouvet getting in, because he's also quite tall and slender, so we might have to work out who it is once they leave the pit lane.
Some tension on this pit stop, isn't there?
Dunno. You must be, I get it, they understand it, that you have to sit there for a certain amount of time, but you must be like, let me go! Oh, going for fueling as well.
Mechanic walked right in front of that poor young girl who was just trying to get a shot of the Ferrari, leaving the pit box.
Wow. It's quite busy down there, there's lots going on. As the Vision team takes a splash of fuel.
Oh, that's interesting. They've got, are they doing it
manually?
No. They were doing it in both sides at the same time.
They were.
So they've got the fuel nozzle from the pump there, while they're also refueling with a jug. I don't know what they call those.
Can, like it. Well, it wasn't. It was a plastic one, but yeah, petrol sort of can. Really,
yeah.
Yeah, no, impressive.
That's pretty genius. And of course, because it's a GT3 car, it has to have the fuel nozzle on both sides.
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Maybe Alex can go down and take a look.
It does. It has it on both sides because, of course, you've got to service. You know, you've got pit lanes where the garages will be on the right and the left.
Yeah, that's true. Never thought about that.
It's the same Porsche because they used to have theirs at the front. You'd be able to tell when they'd swap it over because it poked out of the front of the hood, but they would cover one up.
Yeah.
Depending on which side it was on.
Oh, there you go.
Hadn't thought about that.
Yeah, I don't know if that's even legal.
That explains what?
Must be.
Explains why they're so rapid.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope maybe they've got annoyed that they've finally been rumbled for why they're so.
To be fair, you wouldn't think to put in the regulations also you can only have one refueling thing connected at any one time. You know, only one method of refueling at any moment.
It's blown your little mind, isn't it?
That has actually, yeah. I love watching the solutions that teams come up with.
Yeah. Every little counts when it comes to the margins we see for motor racing. Quite a few drivers in the pits at the moment. Oh, it was Romain Iannetta. I got my shape of a driver right.
Good instincts.
Yeah, well, when you see drivers as often as we do, you start to work out the different mannerisms as they're getting in, or the different, you know, obviously everyone has different body types and different body shapes, different like heights, so you start working it all out, and it's, yeah.
Well, the award-winning stunt driver on board the visual Ferrari. Flight instructor.
Yeah, he's done a lot of things, hasn't he, Iannetta?
Yeah, here, there and everywhere. Former motorcycle racer as well. Olivier Gomez into pit lane. Meanwhile, I must say they are looking in quite a good position, bearing in mind they've been able to tick off they're about to tick off their third mandatory pit stop actually. They're about to be the first of the UCS1 cars to do so. Would put them ahead of the Vision. So, despite the Ferrari being incredibly fast and that early penalty for the Vortex, it seems to be on paper at the moment that they are well clear. But we'll see in about an hour and 50's time. Frederic de Brabant comes back out onto the racetrack. Gentleman class champion of the Alpine Elf Cup. First race with Luca at the end of last year, I believe, but also did the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi in the Middle Eastern Trophy with Luca. 50-year-old Parisian. Was the former boss of Mirage Racing, so his old team out there on track with him in a different category.
Still can't remember that driver I was thinking of. You'll remember him. I think he was a rally driver. Burns?
Sébastien Loeb.
No. Richard Burns?
It's not ringing any bells, I'm afraid.
Yeah, racing driver. English rally driver. Yeah.
What was the connection with this again?
He had a version, well, he had a cancer. And there was the Richard Burns, they used to raise loads of money. Yeah, brain tumour. And they used to raise a lot of money at various events. He was a rally champion, and yeah, anyway, I just remember them doing a lot for the Richard Burns Association.
Yellow flags out in turn 2, and hopefully we're going to see why as Romani Aneta makes his way around the first couple of corners. Yellow flag still waving out there. Just see it here, hopefully, as de Brabant makes his way around. I can't even see anything waving either, but race control's put the message out. Yellow flag at turn 2. Definitely in those first couple of corners, no one in the gravel as we can see, but we're going to go full course yellow in a minute's time. For reason
the 93.
Potentially, yeah.
That's exactly where they went off in qualifying.
Yes, it is Bruno Servazo. It's the same driver as well. Now, did Ulrich?
Oh, there
he is. He's in the gravel. Yeah, so our camera needs to move more to the right, really. Because we've got a car in the gravel there, and I'm afraid it's the same driver at the same corner.
Back in turn 3, isn't it, Estoril?
Yeah, very start of turn 3, so probably on the change of direction between 2 and 3.
There he is.
There it is. Well, I'm surprised it hasn't been able to get that out, unless there is damage, because the front right might be slightly askew. It's looking a lot closer to the bodywork than it actually ought to be honest. But we are now under full course yellow conditions, and unfortunately, that's a third contender in the Alpine Endurance Cup and the UCS4 category that has fallen by the wayside in this race.
How many full course yellows have we had in this race?
Quite a few.
Yeah.
I've lost count myself.
Yeah.
I think the only Alpines that haven't had an off are the 19
He's asking to be pushed out.
No, not the 19. Did we? No, did the 19?
Olivier Martinez.
No, the 19's had a Trouble 3 race. This is a second incident for the 93 because Benoit Poulion ended up in the gravel, the gravel just opposite this, actually, on the inside of turn 2 and turn 3 in the first few laps of the race. So that is that car's second visit into a gravel trap this weekend, or this race, and third for this weekend.
I'm trying to work out why they're so stuck in there, because half the wheels are off on the tarmac.
The driven wheels are on the asphalt, so you would think he's able to get it out
reverse
of there.
it at least.
Unless there is some damage further underneath or on the other side that we can't see.
Yeah. Well, there's no walls near there. It's not like you can ping off it and then go. Anyway, for some reason, he can't get out of the gravel.
I mean, some of the less experienced amateur and bronze drivers may well be less inclined to rejoin the race. I mean, even if you just put a little bit of the car in the gravel, you know, they'll be less inclined to think, I can still get it going, I can still get it going, and rather just wait for the recovery teams. So as not to
it's a good head of hair there.
Trouble.
Nice. Sorry, I got distracted by a man bun. Division going round and currently in third due to the full course yellow and various other people pitting, and they've only just pitted and got a load of new fuel.
So that car now behind the barrier, presumably will be taken back to the pit lane entry, but still Olivier Gomez. I'll wait to see the timing updated, because Gomez has ticked off an extra stop, as we mentioned. It's the first of the UCS3 cars to do its UCS1 cars to do its third mandatory pit stop, which yes, still ahead of Romain Iannetta, which is very impressive going from the 22 crew. The gap, well, showing at 42 seconds at the moment, but that's always a skew because of the full course yellow. It will be less than that when we go back to green. And green flag's now being shown at the perfect time for Albany Villa. She made her way through the chicane. Ulrich Amado just coming out of pit lane. Wasn't quite sure if he did manage to get into the pit lane before the full course yellow was called. It's as soon as we get the message, prepare for full course yellow, that the pit lane entry is closed, and I think there may have just been a second or two too late, probably committed to it, and then the message came through while they were doing so. Cyril Saliel having to get on the anchors in the middle of the straight there as he was trying to round out the Ligier. Albany Villa quite aware that the Porsche was coming up to lap her. Pit stop has put Gabriel Pimont into the lead of the Porsche Cup category, with 2 of their stops still to go. Same as the sister 89 car, in a very good position there. Both the GP Racing team cars as it stands. So the gap between Olivier Gomez and Romain Iannetta at 19 seconds. Now that we're back to green. 71 laps completed by them both. say much in terms of the pace of the moment, because the last lap was that lap where they came off the full course yellow, so those numbers are always skewed. Although Iannetta quite a bit quicker in the first sector, and purple in the middle as well, so Iannetta looking to bring down that gap and working well at it at the moment. This is battle for second position in the Porsche Cup category. This is for position with Michael Desmail and Cyril Salial. The Netsuv car ahead of the second of the GP Racing Team Porsches, but the 29 car with an additional pit stop to give us in these remaining 1 hour and 40 minutes. As Iannetta does the fastest lap of the race and takes 1.5 seconds out of Olivier Gomez in the lead of the race, so the gap just under 18 seconds now. So we'll keep watching this battle for second place in the Porsche Cup category. 4th position overall between Desmail and Saliel. Michael Desmail, the bronze driver in a bronze-silver pairing, competing with Ulrich in the Roscar Championship, doing a full season campaign after wildcarding with us in Mugello last year. They managed second in the category, team operated by Vintage Motorsports. There's Cyril Salial, that 51-year-old Frenchman, racing in Super Trofeo Europe last year. Well adept to Porsche Cup machinery. Competed in the Dubai 24 Hours with HRT. Running Porsche machinery in French GT4 as well with the Cours Racing squad. Back in 2018 that was. This is our race leader, Olivier Gomez, back with that battle for second position as Cyril Salial tries to get underneath Michael Desmail. 0.4 of a second between them as they came over the timing line. And Cyril trying to make it a GP Racing Team 1-2 as it stands. Oh, an awful lot of speed being carried through the first part of Estoril there, and very nearly into the back of the Netsuv machine. Carries an awful lot of speed through Estoril. Can he use that speed down the straight now? Yes, they are side by side, and he'll have the inside line going into the Adelaide hairpin. Doesn't need it, actually, because he manages to get the move done well before the braking zone. And so that is Cyril Salial from the number 89 GP Racing Team squad up into second position in the Porsche Cup category, making it a 1-2 for the team. It's 4th position overall now. Cyril up into 4th position overall. The gap down to 16 seconds now. But while the pace is with Iannetta at this phase of the race, still owes us one more pit stop compared to the Vortex. So let's see how that's going to work out, unless the Vortex is going to need more fuel, because those mandatory pit stops do not cover the refueling as well. It's purely the pit lane element to it. So the Vortex might need to stop more for fuel. Might save some time by doing some fuel saving and extending. Porsche Cup leader has come into pit lane, Gabriel Pimont, the number 98 car. For what should be its penultimate stop of the race, with a little over 90 minutes to go. So Ligier 5 seconds back from this Porsche Cup battle, closing in on them as well. Jules Samoviak just behind, actually the fastest of that bunch, in 7th position overall, closing in on the Vortex and the Porsche Cup cars in front of him. Of course, there's the 2 silver class drivers. Scruffy lap from Romain Iannetta there, the gap back up to 19.2. It was a 1:42.3, so about 3 seconds slower than Olivier Gomez, which could have been traffic related. He was going around some of the UCS 4 cars.
He's in more traffic now.
Yeah, he's got another UCS 4 car, number 19, Julien Bouni.
Yeah, but he must have got past the 64, the 123 and the 10, so he gets past that car and continues. He'll be told off for track limits at turn 7 as a flag, warning flag for them. This then is the car currently 4th in the Porsche category.
Personal best from Jules. 10 seconds behind Enzo Ligier. Now closed in by about 9/10 of a second. But Enzo Ligier was about 2.5 seconds quicker than the car Desmael. So in theory should be on him on this lap, but that car's actually just been given a 5-second time penalty, Enzo Ligier, for track limits. So I remember expecting that car to pick up a penalty as well for pit stop infringement as well. Actually, another car that's been given the asterisk of doom is the Laurent Gaudy, number 98. So that's the car that was leading the Porsche Cup category. So that most recent pit stop was clearly compromised in terms of the minimum stationary time, because the pit stop will be looked at. So the 98 car that was leading the race, Laurent Gaudy, now aboard that car, could be facing a penalty later in the race. And Enzo Richer did get that move done on Michael Desmael, so missed that one, unfortunately. Was significantly quicker than Desmael, and you can see he's ahead of the Porsche, up to 4th position overall. Another 5-second time penalties come in for the number 17. That's that car's 2nd track limits time penalty, because it is a 4th infringement. And so once you've had your 3rd, then that's it. It doesn't reset. It comes in your 4th, your 5th, your 6th. So it looks like Ligier Francais getting ready for a driver change. Good to see all smiles down there in the garage. 3 more stops for them to go, whereas their Alpine rivals have only got 2 left. The exception of Mark Jacob, who of course has made their time in the gravel. Iannetta still not bringing the gap down as quickly as we thought. This was another half-second quicker on that previous lap, so the gap's actually gone out to 21 seconds. Another 5-second time penalty coming in for Enzo Richen, the number 20. This is 4th track limits infringement. Of course, the biggest trick to endurance racing: minimise time in the pit lane, minimise penalties. Track limits are the easiest way to pick up those penalties. Looks like Loic Thiers getting ready to climb aboard the 89, taking over from the class leader Cyril Saliel. On the Alpine's coming slowly through, which is 93, which has been one that was brought back into lane earlier. That's the latest car that brought out the full course yellow. So after that car's second trip into the gravel, Bruno Servazo just bringing that car back to the box. So Enzo Richen will move up into 3rd position now. With 2 stops to go and an expected penalty for a pit stop infringement. Thiers now aboard 89, getting very close into the hairpin between Daniel Wyszynski and Jules Samoviak as the Dutchman tries to put a lap on the Racetivity Run car. Leader Olivier Gomez still on the gap at around 20 seconds. Dust on the Ligier rubber that had been pulled off of the Bruno Servazo car. That pit lane shot. So Jules Samoviak takes over the lead in the Porsche Cup category with Loic Thiers in pit lane, but with one more stop to serve as the 89, and so potential penalty coming in for 98 could be the 89's day. pit stops. Fonse in the box. Takes over the lead in UCS 4, Frederick de Brabant. Car that was battling with the sister 94 car for so much of the early stages of the race. Romain Iannetta trying to close down the gap, but not really able to do so at the moment. Maybe Alexander Urban in the visual garage can find some answers for us.
Jean-Bernard Bouvet, oui, le pilote numéro 1 de la numéro 1. Jean-Bernard, comme d'habitude, vous avez pris le départ et j'ai l'impression que, comme d'habitude, Guillaume déroule sa stratégie comme c'était prévu à la base.
Ouais, alors là, quand on regarde l'état de la course actuellement, je pense que j'ai bien fait de dérouler un petit peu et rouler assez fort et constant comme d'habitude. Tout ce qui est fait au début, on sait que ça marche pour la suite. Maintenant, c'est pas gagné. C'est avec Arnaud et Olivier, là, c'est de la bagarre. Donc voilà, on fait encore une fois le job et puis on va voir comment ça se passe après avec les arrêts essence, les arrêts obligatoires.
Alors, des soucis à Portimao, une absence à Aragon, vous revenez face à une Vortex qui est montée en puissance pendant ce temps-là et qui d'un coup vous joue même contre vous pour le titre au championnat. Comment vous appréhendez? Est-ce que vous avez changé des choses dans l'organisation pour contre-attaquer?
Alors, effectivement, à Portimao, on a eu une petite galère mécanique. Motorland, on n'a pas pu y aller. Donc forcément, ça resserre les rangs. Et du coup, c'est bien parce que ça rend le championnat un peu plus disputé encore et c'est top. Pour parler de la Vortex et puis des frères Gomez, on sait que c'est une très bonne voiture. Ils travaillent énormément, ils roulent beaucoup, ils font beaucoup de choses. Donc c'est bien, ça fait de la concurrence et nous on aime ça, on le sait. Et on néglige pas du tout ce qu'ils font, c'est des gens très sérieux. Et voilà, donc nous on change rien, on travaille, on roule, on fait le maximum et on sait que c'est difficile malgré tout.
Alors quelle est la stratégie là pour la fin de la course? Vous allez reprendre le volant dans combien de temps?
Je vais repartir dans 30 minutes. Là l'idée c'est clairement ça va être d'envoyer les tours vite, presque comme la qualif, puis après on verra ce que ça donne.
Merci beaucoup Jean-Bernard Bouvet, en lice pour la victoire en catégorie UCS1 et au général.
Apologies, it's Renault in the pit lane for the second part of this race. Chat with Jean-Bernard Bouvet, who started the race in the number 1 Vision Ferrari from pole position. Everything going smoothly at the moment and consistently. Acknowledged the mechanical problem they had in Portimao, which is what led to them not being at the last meeting in Aragon, but still going for the title. No major concerns, despite Vortex very much utilising those two difficult races for Vision, winning both of them, and just 2 points behind in the championship going into this race. And if you were to win like this, very much keeping the championship in play. As Olivier Gomez brings the 22 Vortex into pit lane for its penultimate pit stop. So Romano Iannetta will take over at the front once again.
Qui est avec moi et qui joue le podium dans la catégorie Porsche, peut-être la victoire?
Alors les victoires je pense pas, on a essayé de s'arrêter juste avant le Fully-le-Corse qui a été déclaré à une seconde ou deux près, on s'est fait avoir, j'étais déjà engagé pour entre-stand, je pouvais plus tourner et ils ont annoncé le Fully-le-Corse, donc on aura un stop complémentaire à faire. Mais bon là on est 2, 3 pour le moment, bon, je pense que le podium on pourrait réussir à le faire si tout va bien jusqu'à la fin.
Et là, on a vu cette course plutôt hachée avec différents full course yellow. Comment on appréhende une course comme ça qui est assez imprévisible finalement?
Bon, on l'appréhende pas, on vit sur le moment, on essaie d'agir. Les ingés sont là pour ça, pour essayer de trouver des stratégies, profiter des meilleurs moments. On a essayé de jouer d'ailleurs avec le Fully-le-Corse, d'appréhender et d'essayer de gagner un stop, en tout cas de perdre le moins de temps possible dans les stands. Bon, on s'est loupé cette fois-ci. Des fois ça marche, mais c'est que de la stratégie, elle est faite sur le moment et au fur et à mesure de l'eau et des incidents qu'on peut voir à droite et à gauche.
Et en même temps qu'on parle, là, j'ai le soleil dans l'œil, ce qui paraît incroyable vu les conditions climatiques qu'on a eues aujourd'hui. On est parti avec encore de la brume, il fait froid et maintenant est-ce que ça change quelque chose? C'est peut-être les températures qui vont remonter en fin de course?
Oui, ça change. Il faudra faire attention aux pressions de pneus. Ils étaient adaptés par rapport à la température un peu plus basse qu'on avait. Là, avec un peu de soleil, ça risque de monter un petit peu. Donc, il faudra juste faire attention aux pressions de pneus sur les derniers pneus qu'on a à monter avant de partir.
Et dites-nous un petit mot sur votre relation avec votre coéquipier et cette équipe Netcube Racing. Comment se passe le travail au sein de cette écurie?
Pour nous, c'est tout nouveau. C'est une première saison. Le team est nouveau. Michael Desmel qui est dans la voiture, qui est mon coéquipier, qui est un gentleman, un bronze qui voulait commencer à rouler un peu en GT, en endurance. On a fait le choix de l'Ultimate avec la 992 Cup. C'est tout nouveau pour tout le monde. Le team d'exploit qui est Vintage Motorsport aussi, qui est là, qui nous aide sur l'exploitation de la voiture. C'est vraiment une première saison, une découverte pour tout le monde. La saison s'est plus ou moins bien passée avec des hauts et des bas, mais en tout cas, on est content de cette première expérience.
Merci beaucoup Ulrich Amado qui joue donc le podium dans la catégorie Porsche dans ce Kennol GT Endurance Cup.
Thanks Ulrich. Renault with Ulrich Amado. Unsure if they'll make the podium if things keep going smoothly. But, Renault was talking about the sun suddenly being out. It's very different to what we saw this morning, and now how that affects the tyres of the performance. Now we're just sort of confirming it does impact the tyre pressures and the tyre temperatures and whatnot. So Tano Gomez back out onto the racetrack, only one more pit stop for them to do. Magny leads for now with just over an hour remaining.
The 1, 2, 3 then in the pit lane at the moment to take two of their mandatory pit stops still to take. In terms of pit stops, we always find with the Kennol GT Endurance, they often wait until later in the day to take their pit stops. We often see the Vision team being specifically very late in taking their pit stops. I think we've even seen it go to the last hour where they've still had 3 pit stops still to take. Here then the Vision is making their way around a few back markers and enjoying the sunshine that has now come out. So we've still got 2 more of the Hoosier Formula Cup races to come after this race, and also a midget race as well. If you're French, you can watch the commentary for that on our YouTube channel. And now that the fog has cleared, we've been able to see that it's quite a nice day. It's an Alpine getting in the way a little bit there of the Vision, finally gets out of the way. A lot of traffic on this track today, which is holding a few of the cars back a bit, but you don't have to worry too much with Romain Ionetta. Let's head down to the pit lane though, because we've got Renault standing by, see who he's talking to. I'm sure he's found someone very exciting to have a chat with. Renault is always very entertaining when he's in the pit lane, and I'm sure he will be nothing but entertaining this time round too. Might be speaking in French, but I'll make sure I translate it for you as well as soon as he's done chatting.
Eh oui, j'enchaîne les interviews parce que j'ai des pilotes disponibles. Pour une fois, j'ai pas à leur courir après. Et pourtant, la tension, j'allais dire, est à son comble. C'est un peu cliché. Mais là, on approche de la fin de course et je vois que on est plutôt bien classé là.
Oui, normalement, on devrait jouer le podium, mais même si on a fait quelques petites erreurs, notamment pendant mon relais, j'étais sous un full course yellow, on m'annonce le safety car, donc j'enlève le pit limit pour rejoindre la voiture devant. Et en fait, il n'y avait pas de procédure safety car. Donc pénalité, ça c'est un peu dommage. Et puis on a perdu un petit peu de temps au stand avec le siège de Cyril, mais bon, maintenant on va s'arracher dans la dernière heure.
Alors justement, Anthony, là je vois 4e du classement général et moi je trouvais ça pas mal. Et vous me dites ça aurait pu être mieux. Est-ce que c'est vraiment juste ces full course yellow ou est-ce qu'il y a encore quelque chose qu'on peut travailler dans cette équipe GP Racing Team pour s'améliorer?
Non, la voiture est parfaite, l'équipe est parfaite. C'est vraiment la petite erreur en full course yellow qui nous fait perdre énormément de temps, 30 secondes. Hein. C'est énorme.
Et là, qu'est-ce qu'on peut attendre pour la fin de course? On vous revoit au volant peut-être?
Oui, pour le dernier relais.
D'accord, est-ce que la stratégie s'est poussée à fond jusqu'au bout?
Là, le dernier relais, c'est à bloc jusqu'à la fin.
Et dans ce championnat, comment on va aborder là avec quand même des compétitions toujours très serrées en Porsche Cup, comment on aborde la fin de saison et la dernière course qui s'annonce?
Déjà, ça va être une course de 6 heures où ça marque plus de points. Donc, il va falloir justement engranger un maximum de points pour essayer d'être champion.
Merci beaucoup Anthony Beltoise, encore bien placé, même s'ils espéraient mieux pour le GP Racing Team.
Told you he was entertaining. Basically, the main points to take away from what they were talking about there is that the team felt they lost 30 seconds under the full course yellow, and also they are going to see the season through to Paul Ricard and try and pick up the maximum points when they head to La Cassette in a few weeks' time, which will be the final round of the Ultimate Cup for all racing. We do have a winter series to look forward to, so if you want to hear more about the winter series, then please do head to our website. There's more information on there. As the 98 gets past the 29, but that is a back marker that's in front of them. So 29 currently running second at the moment overall, and the 98 is down in fourth. So not really much to say. Oh, it's a spin! And that is the 98, Lauren Goody, spinning just after she managed to get round the back marker of Michael Desimel. And unfortunately, she has lost it. And that is by turn 11, between turn 11 and 10 and 11 in the second sector. And she is facing the wrong way, unfortunately. And a rare mistake from Lauren Goody. Here's the replay then. She goes in a little bit hot on the tyres and just spins the rear, and unfortunately that has made her face completely the wrong way. So Lauren Goody then struggling out there.
That's a minorly significant second place car in the Porsche Cup Championship, and desperately trying to keep their hopes alive, but a car that's been very rapid throughout this race, so quite significant.
So one of the Porsche also in the pit lane then, of the 1, 2, 3. And Lauren Goody has been sharing that car with Sébastien Loeb, obviously a very famous racing driver and rally champion. And he's not here this weekend, but they've been very consistent. Green flags out turn 8, so that's not where Lauren went actually. She must have gone up at turn 8, but yeah. It's got moving again on the track map. She must have, yeah, lost it into the entry of turn 8 and spun, but she's got going again and has dropped down to 6th as a result of that. So she hasn't actually lost too much time. All points are important at this time in the championship. The cars a little further back are coming in. UCS4 leader in the Alpine, Julian Bourne. Bourne, is that an I? My screen's got a weird little mark on it. No. In the pit then. For the penultimate time, probably. They've got 2 pit stops on there. Mandatory pit stops to take, so we will see them back through the pit lane one last time. At the front then, Romain Iannetta is pulling out his lead even more. Still has 3 of their mandatory pit stops to take. They did fill up the car not so long ago, so once again they've got 59 minutes to get 3 pit stops sorted. Will they do it? They obviously will, as the Alpine heads in for a quick bit of fuel. But as we see, yeah, the Vision team leave it very late to finish all of their pit stops. 29 leading the Porsche in second overall. Michael Desimel also got 3 to take. Arnaud Gomez in the UCS1 in the 22 Vortex actually probably in a really good position at the moment, because they've got 1 of their mandatory pit stops to take, running 3rd, and as well as Harpel in the number 41 Porsche has also got 1. I think we should head back down to the most animated man in the pit lane, and that's Renault. He's standing by, ready to chat to one of the drivers in the pit lane.
Alexandre, Julien Bouni. Et chez Chazelle, on rigole pas forcément aujourd'hui, mais s'il y a bien une équipe qui marche et qui est en tête de sa catégorie, c'est la 19 et vous venez tout juste de descendre de la voiture. Comment se passe cette course?
Alors déjà l'ambiance chez Chazelle c'est très bon enfant puisque chacun, même s'il y a 4 voitures, il y a une saine émulation au sein de l'équipe. Bah écoutez, avec le jeu des arrêts, des ravitaillements, c'est toujours un peu compliqué d'établir un vrai classement. Là pour l'instant nous sommes en tête, mais la 123 a de grandes chances de nous rattraper, donc les jeux de refueling et d'arrêt ils jouent aussi beaucoup.
Alors aujourd'hui dans cette catégorie UCS4, il y a aussi une Ligier qui court, nouvelle arrivante. Est-ce que vous avez eu l'occasion de vous battre en piste contre cette Ligier? Comment vous évaluez la force de cette nouvelle arrivante dans la catégorie?
Alors on n'a pas pu se battre vraiment aujourd'hui, mais c'est vrai qu'il y avait une Ligier qui courait il y a 2 ans de ça avec nous sur la saison de 2023. Bon, c'est une voiture un peu plus performante que l'Alpine, 50 chevaux de plus, un peu plus léger. Mais bon, c'est aussi l'émulation et la course reste la course.
Alors vous descendez tout juste de la voiture et on voit les conditions qui évoluent puisque on a du soleil et du ciel bleu, ce qui n'était pas du tout le cas il y a quelques heures en début de course. Est-ce que vous avez senti une évolution de la piste, un changement au niveau de l'adaptation du pilotage peut-être?
C'est vrai que du grand soleil à Magny c'est rare, mais on est ravis de l'avoir eu. Écoutez, la piste se réchauffe un peu, là c'est un peu mieux que ce matin où lors de mon premier relais c'était plutôt froid puisque le brouillard venait juste de se lever. Mais de notre côté, les pneus commencent aussi à s'user puisqu'on fait la course avec le même train de pneus. Donc nécessairement, on s'adapte et on refait à peu près les chronos de ce matin.
Alors je vois, après votre arrêt, vous êtes 2e de votre catégorie. Quelle est la stratégie? Quelles sont les consignes maintenant pour résister à la 123 et repasser devant la 64 pour remporter cette victoire de classe?
En endurance, les consignes, c'est pas sortir la voiture. Donc déjà, c'est rouler le plus régulièrement possible, ce qu'on essaie de faire puisqu'on est toujours à 2-3 dixièmes près sur les mêmes chronos. Donc c'est 4 heures de course. On a vu avec malheureusement deux Alpines de chez Chazelle que c'était toujours compliqué l'endurance. Donc tant que le drapeau à damier n'est pas baissé, on y croit encore. Donc, mais c'est surtout régularité, stabilité.
Merci beaucoup Julien Bougny, encore un pilote qui joue une victoire de classe, cette fois dans la catégorie UCS4 avec l'Alpine de chez Chazelle.
So talking about the conditions out there and how much they've changed, and also the tyres and how much they are wearing away more than they hoped. Pretty pleased with their overall position though. Oh, maybe not so much now. Oh dear, that is unfortunate. 19, which is the Olivier Martinez UCS4 Alpine. Well, it's just been out on its outlap, so it's literally just come in to the garage, and unfortunately hasn't made it very far. It looks like it's somewhere in sector 1, and it looks like it's near the pit lane, coming out of the pit lane, so it looks like it's stopped quite significantly on the exit of the pit lane. It's not ideal, but easy to actually bring back into the pit lane because you just need to roll it backwards basically. But I wonder what's happened there. Olivier Martinez noticing immediately something's wrong and the bonnet's up. I don't know why the bonnet, with the bonnet, turn 2. The bonnet, why is the bonnet? Maybe the bonnet wasn't put on properly and it's flown up, because there's no reason why that bonnet should be open. So the marshal working out closing it for them, but I don't think there's an actual issue with the car. It's just that they haven't closed the bonnet properly, which is unfortunate. And that marshal's giving a good go about trying to close it. There you go, hero of the day, thumbs up. There you go, go, go. Ah, well that's nice, I like that moment. Right, green flags then are flying again in turn 2. We are racing here for the final hour shortly. Getting underway, 54 minutes less to go. And let's look at what's been happening so far in the last hour.
into the final hour, 4 hours of Magny Cours in the penultimate race of the 2025 Kennol GT Endurance Cup. Romain Iannetta, the race leader, still with 3 pit stops to go, but serving one of those now. What we do tend to see is they'll do whatever they have to do to make it on fuel, and then just head back into the pits and tick off those mandatory stops in the final hour, whereas Arnaud Gomez, a lap behind him, has only got 1 more stop left to do, so they could be in a very good position. We just saw the number 19 stop to the side of the road, Olivier Martinez, and that was with a broken hood, and is now under investigation for a unsafe release in the pit stop, so the car being released in an unsafe manner. Now, popping the hood is not something you typically do in a pit stop, but clearly they were looking at something underneath the front of that car, which is not necessarily where the engine is located in that Alpine either, but clearly the latches not being properly fastened. And you saw even the marshal at first attempting to close it like he would a road car before realising, oh no wait, unhook the latches, pop it back down, put the latches back on. So Arnaud Gomez in a strong position here in that 22 Vortex. 1 more pit stop left to serve. Enjoy the grumble of that V8 engine. Vortex 2.0 very much coming into maturity now, having debuted in 2023. Taking its first Ultimate Cup victory at this race 2 years ago. And taking multiple honours so far this year as they build and develop that team and that car. Doing the 64's best lap of the race. A minute or so behind class leader Ligier de Grange. Second in ECS4. Looks like 98 has done its last stop, and they've got one being looked at. Stephen Pallett back aboard that GP Racing team car that Laurent Gaudy spun a few moments ago. So while we're in this final hour, let me just remind you that you can see more scintillating Ultimate Cup racing action more than ever next year, because we'll not just have our usual 6 races, but we will be adding the Winter Series to our rostrum. 3 rounds between February and March for the European Endurance Prototype Cup and the Kennol GT Endurance Cup in Portimao on the 14th and 15th of February, in Estoril on the 21st and 22nd of February, and then heading to Navarra in Spain on the 21st and 22nd of March. So if you haven't got your entries in for that one, then do please do so. Come with usual track days. Get yourself some additional miles ahead of the 2026 campaign proper. Get in touch with Alexandre or Oriane to get those in. And then next year, it's a very, it's a more European calendar than ever. The first 2 meetings of the season being held in France, in Le Castellet and here in Magny in April and May, but we go to 4 other countries for the remainder of the season. First to Mugello in July, which we are very much looking forward to. I think that'll be a 3rd visit to Mugello for Ultimate Cup. A first ever visit to Spa-Francorchamps in September. Talking about that with Remy earlier. We're going back to Aragon for the 2nd time in October, and then rounding out the season in Portimao in November. So there is an awful lot to look forward to. 9 meetings throughout the course of 2026 in total. And a reminder that we're adding more endurance than ever before. With 2026 featuring 2 6-hour races for both the European Endurance Prototype Cup and the Kennol GT Endurance Cup.
Five-second time penalties come in then for the 1, 2, 3. And that is for the 3rd infringement of track limits. So some of the track limits are now being handed out there. One that needs to be careful is Harpel in the Porsche car number 41 being given a warning sign. Team manager being told to report to race control for Olivier Martinez, and that was the car number 19 for the bonnet flying open. Oh, was that 93? That was 19, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was,
it was the 19.
So it means 3 of the 4 Alpines have been affected by the trips to the gravel or freak bonnets flying up.
Yeah, that's the unsafe release. As you can see, I mean, look, I'm not a mechanic, so I don't really know the ins and outs, but there is quite a significant turn to close those bonnets, to, you know, secure them. So I would assume someone has not secured it properly before it left the pit lane, and it's flown open. Because he wasn't even up to racing speed at that point. He was still pootling out the pit lane.
Yeah, it just come off the limiter at that point, so clearly had not been, the latches had not been secured properly. So now Gomez back into the lead of the race. 21.6 ahead of Jean-Bernard Bouvet, both with a stop to go. So I think that is representative of what it will be later on.
The number one has just done 2 very quick stops within the space of 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think because they haven't taken fuel.
Yeah, no, but it's still that they just they've always do this. They wait so much later than the rest. And then take 2 in quick succession.
Yeah.
I just always find it very interesting. Their strategy is always wait.
Well, we've just gone over a century of laps.
A century of laps. I've never heard it said in that way. It's a Chris special. A century of laps. I've never heard.
I don't think so. I've had lots of people say that. Gomez coming in now to do his final stop. As Bouvet's lighting up the timing screen now, done the fastest lap of the race. So another change between the Gomez brothers. Arnaud started that car, be taking it to the finish. Still showing Olivier Gomez on the timing. A really good glimpse inside the cockpit there with the sun shining through, and it didn't exactly look like the straightest race car based on his steering inputs, particularly under braking. You see somewhere along the way the sponsor strip with the championship logo on it on the top of the windshield has come a cropper. is yeah, the last stop for the 22 Vortex. And with Bouvet really lighting it up out there at the moment. Trying to close down the gap for when they do their last stop. Just trying to check actually. The Vortex is stationary for 5 seconds longer than the Vision Ferrari, so that I've already gained back 5 seconds in that most recent stop, and then Bouvet's catching him with that superior pace anyway, so this could be quite a close finish between the Vision and the Vortex. Meanwhile, Loeb and Ulrich Amado squabbling over second position in Porsche Cup category. Ulrich was chatting with Renault earlier about the potential of a podium, but and here comes Ulrich, and he's utilising that moment there while Loic Thiers was caught up behind the slow-moving Emily Albany Villa Ligier JS2R. Amado pouncing on that into the Adelaide hairpin and taking second place in the Porsche Cup category. It's Shea Harpole who currently leads that category, having started from the pit lane in the drive-in Porsche, and is 22 seconds up the road. Ulrich is the second, is the silver class driver in that number 29 car, and so could close up by the end of the race. All three of them have one more pit stop to go, though. And actually, we need to see where they come out in relation to Stephen Pallat, Johan Boris-Shire and Thibaut Caray, who have all done their 5 stops, but we're expecting the Stephen Pallat number 98 car to pick up a penalty, which could be very decisive in this Porsche Cup battle. In comes Loic here to do that final pit stop. This is Roland Marchi coming in for what should be its last stop as well, and this is another one. It was the first pit stop about 3 hours ago that triggered the asterisk of doom on our timing screen. Luca de Grange coming in for his final pit stop. The 123 Alpine leading the UCS4 category. I have quite a bit of math to do in about 16 minutes time to work out the Vortex Endurance Challenge. I mean, that it won't be Philippe Bonnell wrapping things up this weekend, that's for sure. Scoring no points, I believe, so it should be Arnaud and Olivier Gomez who take the lead in that category. And then,
avec Lorraine Godet. Lorraine, on vous a fait une petite figure. Ça n'a pas beaucoup plu à votre team manager qui vous a fait une petite blague dessus. Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé dans ce 180?
Je t'ai pas compris, c'était quoi?
Vous avez fait une petite figure dans le 180. Gabriel a été un petit peu taquin dessus. Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé?
Oui, je me suis un peu enflammée après le dépassement de la numéro 29. Je suis arrivée un peu en vrac, un peu tard sur les freins. L'arrière, il est venu. J'ai essayé de contre-braquer, mais j'ai fait un petit tête à queue quand même.
Sur le reste de la course, ça reste, il y avait un bon relais, un bon rythme de la part des trois pilotes d'un numéro 98. On sait que Steven est avec vous, qu'il est très précieux. Comment est-ce qu'il vous aide à progresser ce week-end?
Steven, c'est un très très bon pilote et on a l'avantage que c'est aussi un très bon ingénieur, c'est un très bon coach. Vraiment, on avait tout pour réussir. On était plutôt bien placés. Si je n'avais pas fait ma grosse bêtise là, après la course n'est pas finie. J'ai encore espoir. Steven est dans la voiture, il a plutôt un bon rythme. Donc à voir si d'autres veulent imiter ma figure.
Ça reste une année qui est ultra positive pour vous avec le GP Racing Team. Beaucoup de progression quand c'était avec Steven, quand c'est avec Sébastien Loeb aussi qui n'est pas là ce week-end. Ça reste une année positive sur le plan pilotage.
Oui, c'est une année très positive. C'est la première fois que je passe une saison complète dans la même voiture. Donc j'ai quand même une belle évolution au fil de l'année. Donc c'est une très belle année pour moi et je remercie beaucoup Gabriel de m'avoir offert cette opportunité.
Est-ce que l'objectif c'est d'y revenir l'année prochaine?
L'objectif c'est déjà de rester sur le podium jusqu'au Castellet et puis pourquoi pas l'année prochaine.
Merci Lorraine, bonne course.
So Lorraine Godey from the 98 car. Saying she was a bit too fired up, a bit too eager when she had that spin earlier on. Complimented Stephen Pallett's abilities as a coach and hoping to come back next year, fighting for the title in this first year. Second in the championship, and yeah, the Porsche Cup points we're very much going to have to do at the 11th hour, I think, just based on what we still have to come. In UCS4, that's pretty easy. It will be Frederic de Brabant and Luca de Grange who will seal the UCS4 title this afternoon unless something goes horribly wrong in the remaining 28 minutes. And the lead in the Alpine Endurance Cup, that will go the way of Frederic de Brabant and Luca de Grange as well. But won't be sealing the title yet, but will have the lead going into the final meeting of the season. Paul Ricard.
Some debris on the track then. Rubbish.
I must confess, I was looking away from the screen. Didn't see where it was.
It looked like just some tissue or something. I don't think it was too much to worry about.
Je suis en compagnie d'Arnaud Gomez. Arnaud, pour l'instant, une bonne course du Team Vortex, solidement installé à 2e position et qui est en chasse de la Ferrari.
Oui, pour l'instant, on a fait une course quasi parfaite. On a pris un stop and go qu'on ne comprend pas. On aurait accéléré 1 millième trop tôt. C'est un peu ridicule, mais bon, c'est pas grave. Et là, ça va se jouer avec JB qui s'arrête là, donc ça va se jouer dans les derniers tours.
Au niveau stratégique, est-ce qu'on est confiant dans le lancement de la numéro 22?
Ouais, on va repartir juste devant la Ferrari, mais par contre, eux, ils ont mis les pneus neufs et nous, on les a pas sur la fin de course, donc ça va être compliqué, mais bon, on sait jamais.
Bon, malheureusement, d'un point de vue plus collectif, il y a cette numéro 21 qui a arrêté dans le box. Ça a été une course compliquée pour Philippe et Lionel.
Ouais, c'est une voiture qui sort des 24 heures de Barcelone, où il y a eu 0 souci, ils ont gagné la course et jusqu'à hier, tout allait bien. Et là, il y a eu un capteur qui nous a lâchés, et donc du coup, l'auto s'est arrêtée sur le circuit. Voilà.
Bon, il restera pour eux une course de 6 heures au Paul Ricard avec l'envie de finir sur une bonne note.
Oui, là, il y a déjà Enzo et Roland qui se battent pour la 5e place du général, donc c'est pas mal. Et puis après, on aura le final au Castellet où il y a le titre qui va se jouer là-bas entre la Ferrari et nous.
Merci beaucoup.
So Arnaud Gomez talking about the stop and go penalty that they picked up earlier in the race for a full course yellow infringement. He said he must have been milliseconds early. And just acknowledging as well, the 21 car that's been in the garage for most of the race is the same car that just did 24 hours of Barcelona without any major problems. So just a bit unlucky there it seems for Lionel Lamrouche and Philippe Bonnel. Jean-Bernard Bouvet into pit lane for the final time. Now this is going to be critical, see where he comes out. And I think he's ahead. So that additional pace from Jean-Bernard Bouvet plus the 5 seconds that they are stationary less for, I think has put them ahead. Certainly they're ahead on the road at the moment, but we will get confirmation of that when they go across the timing line. There he is going into turn 5 at the moment. In terms of the timing order, we'll confirm when they get back across the line. It is 8 minutes until the pit window closes, but I think everyone's done their stops except for the 2 that are being investigated, and so that does mean that Jules Samoviak is leading. When they get over the timing line, we'll give you a proper rundown of the order once this car is clear. Gomez at the car directly behind on the road, but a couple of corners back, just on the exit of Imola chicane and then going into Chateau d'Eau now is Olivier Gomez. While the race leader Jean-Bernard Bouvet makes his way now through the chicane. Complete lap 114. And we're going to see if that vortex is position. Yep, 8.5 seconds is the gap between Gomez and Bouvet. Of course, this will give Jean-Bernard Bouvet and Jean-Paul Pani a 9-point advantage, it should be, going into the final race of the season in Paul Ricard. So 77 points for them and 68 for the Gomez brothers. That'll be the same points tally in UCS 1. In UCS, in the Vortex Challenge, be a 10-point advantage for Arnaud and Olivier Gomez over Philippe Bonnel. The sister car, actually, the 20 would be on 54. So still technically within reach. Okay, let's run you through the Porsche Cup category then. Jules Samoviak leads for driving by 17 seconds to Anthony Beltoise, who is in turn 5 seconds ahead of Stephen Pallett, the sister GP Racing team car. All three of them have got their silver class driver aboard at the moment. Then it's Ulrich Amado for Netsuv, Johan Boris-Shire for Racetivity, and Thibaut Caray for Mirage. So the driven car having not qualified because of a diff problem, and starting from the pit lane, 17 seconds ahead. And so for 41, now it's a different number they've had for this weekend, isn't it? So I need to look for something else. It is the 18, isn't it? Yes, 2-time podium finishers. So they are on 48 points. Let's just give them 25. So that'd be 73 for them. Actually, specifically for Shea, because he's had multiple teammates. So we'll only give it to Shea. And then 89 currently in second. So that would put it on 98. And the 98 with 15, which is on 78. So 20 points. The advantage it would be for the GP Racing team number 89 going into the final round. That's not enough to seal it today, unless the 98 loses another 10 points, which would has to fall out of contention in. But we do. We do still have that penalty potentially to come for 98. So we should wait for that one.
Je suis en compagnie d'Alexia Ortega, qui est la co-organisatrice du projet Racing for Women avec Marc Bonnet. Alexia, on avait eu Marc, on avait eu Margot tout à l'heure, il manquait plus que vous. On est à 20 minutes de la fin de cette course. Les filles font une très bonne course. Quel est le premier bilan que vous tirez de ce week-end ?
Bah écoutez, franchement on est super contents maintenant, quoi qu'il arrive, on est super satisfaits. Les filles ont fait une course super propre, un super week-end. Tout le monde a énormément appris, ce qui était vraiment le but premier. Maintenant, si on fait un bon résultat, on ne veut pas trop s'avancer, mais ce sera que du bonus. En plus de ça, on a dépassé les 1 000 € de dons sur la récolte, sachant qu'il reste encore tout le mois. Donc non, que du positif franchement.
Est-ce qu'en termes de visibilité, d'impact, vous avez parlé de ces 1 000 € qui est déjà une somme énorme récoltée, est-ce que vous avez déjà mesuré un certain impact ?
Ouais, franchement, on est super contents, tout le monde joue le jeu. Le championnat, la Réal, on est vraiment merci beaucoup parce qu'on voit que vous jouez le jeu. Tous les invités, les médias qu'on a pu avoir sont vraiment au top derrière nous. Donc voilà, 1 000 € c'est super, on sait qu'on peut viser bien plus vu toutes les réactions, toute la visibilité qu'on a, donc on lâche pas.
Merci beaucoup Alexia.
Great to hear from the Grey Francais, again with Alexandre saying €1,000 raised for racing for women and racing for breast cancer. Absolutely astounding effort from that team. And a huge congratulations to everyone involved. Absolutely marvellous stuff. And I'll just go back to my arithmetic. This is somewhat of a formality for the 123, which is going to be on 115 by the end of this. The 94 will get nothing, so yeah, they will definitely be champions. And 123 also taking the lead in the Alpine Endurance Cup there as well. So we'll come back to the points for the Porsche Cup category later. Although it could well not not have too much of an impact because Ulrich Amado's the next car is about maybe 2 minutes behind Stephen Pallett.
Something interesting that Arnaud Gomez said about car number 21 is he said it just raced the 24 hours of Barcelona, I think he said.
Yes.
And it had survived. And he sounded a bit annoyed by that. He sounded a bit like, oh, it lasted 24 hours, now 4 hours, it doesn't run anymore. Well, you didn't run it for 24 hours and then brought it here. Like, that's a long time for a car to be driving.
Yeah, but I understand the grievance, to be honest.
No, I totally get it. But yeah, it's the irony, I guess, really, isn't it?
That was Lionel Lamrouche and Philippe Bonnell came away with the 24-hour series title in the GTX category. Oh, that's the Roland Marchi Vortex that goes for a spin on the exit of the Virage de l'Ice.
Oh
no, don't put it forward. Oh, thank goodness. He's slap bang on the racing line, though.
Oh, no, that might have been the worst choice to make.
Yellow flag, turn 16.
He's got it stuck in the... He would have got it stuck on the... Because the floor sticks on this with the curbs. So he made unless he's got going again, but I think he's made completely the wrong decision there to spin it the way he has.
Well, I think he's made the right call not to go forward into the gravel at the very least, but maybe should have stopped it about there, because
he's
hopefully...
Go on. You got it.
Yes.
Ah!
Needs to go...
Oh, my goodness.
Don't take out the lead car.
Oh, God. That's close. Turn, mate. Oh, my God. Can you imagine how scary that would be as a driver? Oh, God. I can't watch it. It'd be absolutely fine to be able to get going again, but it's a precarious place to put yourself, isn't it? He's still sitting there at the moment, hasn't got going just yet.
He's just waiting for a gap in the traffic. He's got one coming up, actually, with the 64 goes through, and so should be able to move back.
We have got an interview coming shortly, but I think maybe we should just see what happens here with the car number 20, because if we get something going on in terms of safety car, or might have to even red flag it from this if you can't move it from the racing line, someone's going to have to do something.
I'm starting to think there's a further issue with that car now, because he had a perfectly good gap in the traffic. He's got another one here. We're going to go full course yellow, though. It just jolted backwards, and full course yellow is coming. So that they can retrieve the number 20. This is even better news for Arnaud Olivier Gomez in the Vortex Endurance Challenge.
Yeah, I think I was worrying there might be an issue when he drove it over the curb, and then it keeps turning itself on and off. Look, he's resetting it because the lights are turning on and off. So he's turned it off again now. Is it going to turn back on? Because there's no way that even if you are an unseasoned driver or not as experienced, you're going to put yourself in that sort of position. Full course yellow then is announced, and that's for this car, the number 20 Vortex, that is currently straddling in the middle of the track.
Well, one under full course yellow. Let's head down to pit lane.
Et oui, je suis avec Lionel Rigaud et sa fille. Lionel, sur le podium en Aragon, un petit peu plus compliqué ce week-end à Magny.
Oui, alors les week-ends se suivent et ne se ressemblent pas, malheureusement. On a eu un petit souci mécanique aux essais. On a Thibaut qui est sorti de la piste, qui a un petit peu endommagé la voiture. Donc les boulots des mécanos nous ont remis sur les roues. Mais en manque de roulage, de réglage, et le niveau est tellement élevé et tellement serré qu'on le paye cash pendant la course. Il nous manque un peu d'expérience, mais bon, voilà, c'était notre année de découverte, on avait dit. L'année prochaine, on compte bien être à la bagarre avec tous nos copains, et puis voilà. Donc, merci déjà à GP Racing qui nous a prêté certaines pièces qui nous manquaient. Donc, on se rend compte aussi qu'on est concurrents sur la piste, mais qu'on est une bande de copains, et puis ça permet d'être à l'arrivée surtout, parce qu'autrement le week-end était terminé pour nous, quoi.
Et puis je vois que vous avez eu du soutien qui est venu en renfort ce week-end.
Oui, alors le plaisir de partager le sport auto donc, avec ma fille qui nous a déjà suivis à Portimao et qui commence à être piqué un peu sport auto, donc qui a des petites missions de chronométrage dans les pit lines et tout, et qui partage ce moment avec moi et c'est vraiment agréable et sympa.
Est-ce que vous serez là au Paul Ricard? C'est ça la question.
Oui, je vais les accompagner au Castellet du coup le mois prochain et je vais être là pour supporter l'équipe jusqu'au bout et les suivre dans leurs petits progrès. Voilà.
Puis ce sera une course de 6 heures qu'il va falloir gérer différemment et finir sur la meilleure note possible.
Tout à fait, voilà. On va essayer de performer. On a les copains qui sont chez eux. On a beaucoup de partenaires qui vont venir. On aura un 4e pilote avec nous, donc ça devrait être sympa jusqu'au bout. Voilà.
Merci beaucoup Lionel.
Merci.
Thanks for that, Alexandre. Lana Rigaud from Mirage Racing explaining a mechanical problem for the number 10 Porsche, where some bits were flying out the back of it, which is certainly less than ideal, but just maintaining that it is a learning year for Mirage Racing and hoping to fight a little bit harder next year, and thanking GP Racing for lending them some equipment that they were missing. Speaking very much to the attitude of the paddock here in Ultimate Cup competition, showing his love of all things mechanical with his daughter, who's very excited to be here and will be joining the team again in Paul Ricard for the 6-hour finale as well. Right, Roland Marchi is out of the way at Virage de l'Ice on his way back to pit lane. Full course yellow ending in 30 seconds. The gap before the full course yellow came out between Jean-Bernard Bouvet and Olivier Gomez at the head of the field was about 13 seconds. That's stretched from when Bouvet came out of the pit lane. So it's looking very good for Vijon at the moment for a 3rd victory of the season. Green flags now waving, and Jules Samoviak wasting no time in clearing some of the back markers, clearing one of the Alpines, and then clears the Emily Albany Villa Ligier pretty swiftly afterwards. Champions in waiting in CS4. Jean-Bernard Bouvet and Jean-Paul Pani looking for their 3rd season, 3rd victory of the season. Romain Nionetta joined them for one of them in Paul Ricard. Pani and Bouvet hunting their 6th title together across VDV and Ultimate Cup competition. And right, the penalty's coming through. Now it's a 1-second stop and go for the Roland Marchi number 20. Not that that really makes any difference at this point. And let's see what the penalty is for Stephen Pallett as well, and how much that is going to affect them. Currently 3rd in the Porsche Cup category. Anthony Beltoise. second position, and it's a 3-second stop and go penalty for 98. So that is on top of a 2-second stop and go for a full course yellow infringement earlier in the race. And then of course the spin for Laurent Gaudy as well. It's not been the cleanest day for 98, but they shouldn't lose third position with that, actually. So it should still well be a 20-point gap in favour of 89, Beltoise, Saleel and Thiet. Going into the final round.
Roland Marchi is back out in the car number 20, so still running down in 9th as it stands at the moment. They have got a pit stop under investigation though, so all in all not a great day, and they've also got a 1-second stop go penalty for a pit stop infringement. I didn't see what happened there. What was that? 98 got the same, but the 3-second stop.
Yeah, I think he's just not serving the handicap correctly. That was way back. That was like the first pit stop they did, number 20.
Oh, has it just come in though?
Yeah, because it only comes in the last 15 minutes.
Sorry, now I understand. You're pointing because I said there was a pit stop under investigation. You're pointing at the pit stop investigation that happened. I get you now.
Yes.
A little slow behind you, but I got you.
It'll disappear once they.
That's the debris I was talking about.
Stop go. Yes, it seems to be in 2 pieces now.
Yeah, so I'm not sure it was a tissue. I think it maybe was a bit of carbon fibre on the. Not on the racing line, luckily. It's been there a while.
Well, coming up to 2 laps to go soon.
Well, tell a lie. Car number 20 is back in the pits.
Probably to serve that penalty.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness. I'm a goldfish. I didn't know if they'd served it while they were in the thingy a minute ago.
I don't think you can.
No, you have to go back out and come back in.
Talk about rubbing salt in the wounds.
He's like, I've already served it. My car broke.
I mean, in fairness, Roland kind of broke it himself by spinning it, really.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what happened there, because yeah, it was more confusing. Whoa, I was a bit airborne there. Feel that in the morning. Ora Camardo going to have a bit of a sore bottom in the morning from that and that curb ride.
I do love watching a Porsche Cup car at the hands of a pro driver. Weight shifts around, throw it into a high-speed corner. So this is going to be a momentous occasion for the driven squad. Jules Moviac and Shea Harpal taking their first victory in Kennol GT Endurance Cup competition. And after everything that happened yesterday with the broken diff stopping them from taking part in qualifying, having to start from the pit lane, I dare say they did not anticipate that this is how their Sunday would end. Jean-Bernard Bouvet out of the chicane and onto the final lap. Don't worry, the podium's not on fire. I'm sure they're just testing the pyrotechnics for the podium. Final lap of the race now for Jean-Bernard Bouvet. He's more than 20 seconds clear at this point of Olivier Gomez. Vision will be extending their championship lead to 9 points. Ahead of the season finale, the 6 hour in Paul Ricard, where of course we must remember it is 1.25 points. So yeah, 31 and a quarter points up for grabs. So keeps things very much alive between the Vortex and the Vision. And the Porsche Cup category still very much to be decided as well. Well, after a disappointing couple of rounds, he's back to the top step of the podium for Jean-Bernard Bouvet and Jean-Paul Pani and Romain Iannetta. The #1 Vision Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo takes victory in the 4 hours of Magny Cours in the Kennol GT Endurance Cup. And they extend their championship lead ahead of the final round, the 6 hours of Paul Ricard. Olivier Gomez will bring home the #22 Vortex for a podium finish alongside his brother Arnaud. Stephen Pallett across the line, third in the Porsche Cup category. And Frédéric de Brabant brings the 123 Alpine A110 home to be crowned UCS4 champion alongside Luca de Grange for the Chazelle Technology squad. Benoit Marion third in that category in the #19 car alongside Olivier Martinez and Julien Bouni. It will be a spectacular podium finish for the 64 L'écurie Français Ligier Gestuard, Margot Versa, Emily Albany Villa and Agatha Moire in a race where they have raised more than €1,000 for breast cancer awareness. And Jules Samoviak across the line as well for Driven's first Porsche Cup victory, with Shay Harpal aboard as well. That's a spectacular victory for them. Anthony Beltoise will bring the second GP Racing Team car across the line, second in the Porsche Cup category. Alongside Loetier and Anthony Beltoise, not quite able to seal the crown today. That goes down to Paul Ricard. Olivier Gomez and Arnaud Gomez also taking the lead in the Vortex Endurance Challenge as well, ahead of Philippe Bonnel after a difficult day for the #21. Frédéric de Brabant and Luca de Grange also taking the lead in the Alpine Endurance Cup ahead of the final meeting of the season. .788 seconds in the end, the winning advantage for Jean-Bernard Bouvet. And a great race for the Vision squad after mechanical troubles in Portimao that prevented them from taking part in the Aragon meeting last time out. Late dramas as well. David Hallyday unable to take part in this race. Decided on Thursday. Romain Iannetta would have to stand in with last-minute tour preparation being needed for Hallyday. So into Parc Ferme, and it is the celebrations for Team Vision. Bernard Bouvet doing his traditional salute to their car. A good embrace there with Olivier Gomez. Championship fight between them goes down to the wire in Paul Ricard. Smoviak about to pull the driven Porsche into the third place overall spot, but also the top of the Porsche Cup category. And Jules Doncio, leading member of the driven motorsport events squad. The first to congratulate him.
On accueille aussi le vainqueur de la catégorie Porsche Cup.
Well, Alexander Urban is down there in the pit lane, ready to chat to our race winners.
Avec Jean-Bernard Bouvet, vainqueur aujourd'hui avec la Ferrari du Team Visium, retour après cette absence à l'Aragon et retour sur la première place. Ça faisait longtemps, mine de rien, que vous ne l'aviez pas eu.
Ouais, c'est vrai. J'avoue, à Portimao, bon, on a eu un petit déboire mécanique. On a fini la course quand même. On a marqué quelques points. On se rend compte qu'on a bien fait. Aragon, voilà, on n'y était pas. Aujourd'hui, il fallait gagner. On avait une sacrée concurrence avec Arnaud, Olivier. Ils sont vraiment top aussi. La voiture va très vite. Il faut vraiment envoyer fort pour arriver à leur tenir tête. Donc c'est bien, on est content. On fait un retour gagnant. Voilà, maintenant, tout va le jouer à la dernière. Et puis, ça, c'est pour lui.
Cette finale qui s'annonce du suspense à tous les niveaux au championnat et puis une course qui durera 6 heures, 2 de plus où il faudra être parfait pour être sacré une nouvelle fois pour vous.
Ouais, les formats de course de 6 heures c'est un peu différent, on a encore d'autres stratégies à mettre en place. C'est long, voilà, il peut se passer plein de choses, on est en coef 1,5 donc de toute façon tout le championnat va se jouer là, donc c'est plutôt pas mal.
Bravo Jean-Bernard et bravo à toute l'équipe.
Merci à mes coéquipiers Jean-Paul et Romain, ils ont fait un taf de fou aussi, depuis les libres et les qualifs.
Bravo à vous et puis on va aller voir les champions, la catégorie UCS4, Frédéric de Brabant, Lucas Desgranges qui sont titrés ce week-end avec d'abord ces images, ces belles images des célébrations des pilotes de la Ferrari numéro 1 du Team Visium.
Ça partait dessus. Gardez le micro, essayez d'ajouter cette foule très célèbre. Merci. Les différents vainqueurs de catégorie.
Non, elle était bien. Après, regardez la boîte parce que ça bougeait de plus en plus. Quand on a du sentait qu'il y avait un petit peu.
Je suis en compagnie du nouveau champion UCS4, la voiture numéro 123 du Chazelle Technologie Course, Frédéric de Brabant. Fred, une super victoire au classement UCS4, au classement Alpine Endurance et surtout un premier titre cette saison dans l'une des deux catégories où vous courez.
Écoutez, c'est le premier des deux. Donc voilà, une bonne chose de faite. Au Castellet, on ira chercher l'Alpine Endurance Cup, mais en tout cas, c'est une bonne chose de faite. Un super boulot avec Lucas, ça a été très complémentaire cette année. Sa jeunesse et sa pointe de vitesse m'a tiré vers le haut. Et voilà, je vais peut-être amener la régularité, tout ce qui peut amener sur l'endurance, mais ça a été une super équipe, donc on est ravis, puis un super boulot de toute la team Chazelle. Donc un grand merci à eux et puis à l'Alpine, c'est toujours un plaisir de rouler dans cette voiture. Donc voilà, on va aller finir le travail au Castellet, mais ça fait déjà un titre de plus.
Puis on va voir Lucas qui se cache un peu comme s'il n'avait pas envie de célébrer ce premier titre. Lucas, c'est le premier titre dans votre carrière, ça marque, on espère qu'il y en aura plein d'autres pour vous évidemment. Ce jour, une victoire, un titre, qu'est-ce que vous ressentez?
C'est beau, ça fait toujours plaisir forcément, c'est un travail d'équipe parce que sans Fred, jamais j'aurais pu avoir ce titre et même sans Chazelle qui a toujours été là au rendez-vous, même quand il y a eu des petits problèmes techniques comme au Mugello, ils ont toujours réussi à faire en sorte que la voiture reste sur la piste et qu'on puisse finir. Alors merci à tout le monde en fait, parce que sans eux, j'aurais pas ce titre.
Est-ce que là tout de suite vous vous rendez compte de ce que vous venez d'accomplir?
Pas vraiment, soit honnêtement pas vraiment. On va vous laisser prendre le temps de savourer, de profiter et puis on vous redonne rendez-vous au Castellet dans un mois.
Avec grand plaisir, merci à tous.
Merci à tous d'avoir suivi cette course de Kennol GT Endurance Cup. On se retrouve dans un instant pour la course 2 de Ligier Formula Cup. Le grand programme n'est pas terminé ici à Magny Cours.
We gonna